knows there was more left on the table. But to run two 124s back-to-back days is just a testament to this program.
I wonder if they would run through this competition.
What could have been.
It's tough to say because the competition would have made the handoff harder, and they like.
What was fun to see?
Like Willis versus Archbishop Carroll. See, the problem is they would have done that last week, but they got DQ'd in prelims.
Who did? Archbishop?
Willis.
Willis did.
Carroll broke the record last week in prelims. Of course, they were in a different prelim from Willis, so that was just,
what did Willis do? Just fall stars?
I didn't even know they got DQ'd until I found Mia's preview video.
Yeah, that sucks. Is Archbishop also a clearing sport?
Yeah.
The future of sports is going to look a lot of the same thing as
Yeah. You know, it's like, with all these records, it's like, at some point, there's going to be a breaking point, I feel like. We can record some napkins.
No, they're fine. I'm sorry, we'll be up here.
Yeah, I know.
They're yours, so I don't care.
They are.
Hope David remembers this.
Oh, yeah. That would be kind of important, wouldn't it?
I'll bring it with us, but if he forgets it, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go scavenge for a little snack sack. Cool.
It's always fun to do it.
What actually here? Oh, I'm not allowing outside food. I guess this stuff.
Dude, like I said, they said beverages in that. What the fuck I brought in here?
So true. You can buy sport stuff.
Huh?
What the fuck? Yeah, I'll see you later.
Check, 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 check. Check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Hey, check, 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 check. Checking, checking, 1, 2, checking and 1, 2, checking and 1, 2, check. Check of the 1, 2, check of the 1, 2, check of the 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, check 1, 2. All right. There was a thing called unavailable source that I had toggled, so that's probably what explains that. Good. Thanks, Michael.
If I had a way to hear you, I probably would broadcast with myself. Are you playing Pokemon Showdown?
Yes.
I
That was that.
haven't played that game in years.
For some reason, I can't shake my addiction to it, so
That's reasonable.
I stopped trying.
I played in high school and middle school a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to stop getting a lot of new games, so it's kind of my way with playing like modern Pokemon. I'm a big entry hazard guy.
100%, you gotta use those. I love spikes. Great moves.
Yeah, if I get enough, I can finish these guys off. So. My Porygon did his T-wave damage. I feel like the more I played this game, I've like adopted the Pokemon plays. How the fuck did I not punch him again? Yeah, that unavailable source thing apparently was restricting our audio, but I turned it off and it was really all good. They still got bullets up there.
Yeah. What's the national record?
24-37. 124-37.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think they would have gotten it had it not been for the.
Hand up 100%. They were well in time. I probably lost him at least a half second.
Half a second is tough, but like when you consider like he would have been moving fast at the start.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I watched the interview last night and they were all like, "Oh man, I should have taken the baton quicker or something." And they were like, "Oh, we were trying to correct our mistakes from last night." They actually didn't make any mistakes last night, but they ran just that much faster. Like some people were timing Quincy split in like the 20s.
That's absurd. What we got today? We have full braids, 200 semifinals.
Are there any sprint medleys? Yeah, they are.
Hurdles, sprint medleys. We have an 800 pence at some time. Sprint medleys, 1 miles. 200 hurdles. Everything's pretty quick though today. It should be a quick day. I can't believe we don't have a camera on any of the field events. I feel really bad about that.
Yeah, we need to do some next year.
We We just need someone. We just need someone with that many cameras. Well, if we had that many cameras, I think I could do it. I would just.
I have 2 cameras. Tara's stealing with a best point is crazy. So I don't know if you know, they had this thing called tertialization.
Oh yeah, from the what game? It wasn't the last one. It was Sun and Moon, right?
Yeah, so. Yeah, but now. Without having to worry about groups.
Mm. Base it smart though. Just roosted. Wow. They get crit. Oh, I didn't do it.
They gave me specs.
That's what I was thinking.
He's paralyzed, so I got pretty much everything he has left other than his unidentified.
That's good.
Oh, it's for Sally, really. Oh, that evolved just as that powerful. Okay, cool. And it's raining, so Moonlight doesn't do as much without that.
Why would we do that?
Probably because we forgot. I forget that he's on the ground. No, Investing was probably gonna. Yeah, because he's on the ground now. Oh, he has heavy duty boots. But
Wait, is that fire?
what fire?
Was he any fire types? I can't really see. No.
It's a whole month.
We're low and muck. There it is. Just hit it. I think you won this.
Sometimes they put shadow sneak on that thing, but that could kill him.
Yeah, you have it. GG's.
Why? We should not have sent. Because when the rain expires, Weather Ball becomes a normal move. And I couldn't hit him if he's a ghost type. Yeah.
When does rain expire?
Now.
Oh, because he was gonna come out and die.
It wouldn't have mattered. Alright, good. That, unlike the start my day with a good round of Pokemon Showdown, really helps with brain activation.
It does. It works the brain.
Just like opening a garage door, you know? Same exact concept. How many brackets did you do?
I do 2. I do 2. I do 2 or 3. I do one for every. I do one for every group I join. I never do extras. There was a group that like you have unlimited brackets. I just find stupid.
I went all in with 3 last year. If I picked UConn, I would have probably won. But no, I picked Purdue.
They made it to the final, didn't they?
That was like that was the difference between paying out $60 and winning like 900. But whatever. That's why I don't sports bet on the regular. Picture that's still saved, so good there.
I'm ranked second in my one bracket. Oh, how do you get an 84 positive points?
You know, St. John's.
They lose.
Yeah.
They did.
To Arkansas.
What?
And they are a 10 seed. They weren't even supposed to make that a first round. And they beat a 2 seed.
Okay.
Team Brand. St.
Well,
John's.
I just ruined my whole bracket.
I mean, they haven't made the tournament since 2000, so.
They just have one of the greatest coaches ever to live. I thought they would do well. There's all hype around them this year.
I know. They were like, everyone was so happy to see them in the tournament. There's like so many people in my bracket who picked them to win. But that's over.
What would be a doing good this bracket. Got that correct.
I got Michigan right.
Why did I pick Clemson? Why did I pick Clemson over McNeese? I should have picked McNeese. I picked McNeese my other bracket and not the one I actually cared about. Because McNeese always wins. They always win one round. They always lose the second or third round. They never make it far. I find it funny when they say U.S. number 6 in the shuttle hurdles. I'm like, bro, maybe 20 people ran this event. It's not like
Seriously.
like
You would probably only be able to scroll like what 2 or 3 times from the tabs of 50.
let's see how many for the shuttle hurdle. Oh wait, no, there's like 200 people that do it.
I mean, they do have some limitations.
What about New Jersey? New Jersey does it a lot.
Yeah, New Jersey is like probably the biggest.
It's just New Jersey and New York.
No, we're alright.
Okay. It's just New Jersey. It's just New Jersey. Never mind, I guess it's impressive to be top 100, top 50. I'm really surprised how many kids fell yesterday.
What?
I'm surprised how many kids fell yesterday in the shuttles.
And again, it's like you rarely see it in the open hurdle, but just like for some reason the shuttle hurdle really just like messes with your head.
I know.
I think the Drake playlist was probably a request from Quincy. It was funny, Milrose. They tagged him in her rival post using TV off. Like Hendrick and Quincy reposted his story with 9 by Drake.
How funny.
all their games and stuff.
What?
Yeah.
Or should we just go to your Uber? I did mine this morning when I was waiting for everyone. Wait, even though I don't know if I need to. Even though I don't know if I need to or not, but. Like, why don't they just shout test? EA asshole. What are all those boxes full over there? You think it's media over there? Settings?
I know they definitely use them
They use
at
it.
NCAA side.
Oh, 100% that was media.
They can't ever go that comes to business and that media one.
No, yeah. Well, I'm gonna assume. No, it's not that way for NCAA. It's D1. Never mind. That's probably they probably fill that whole entire upper area just with media. Cause you put a security guard right there, and then you just don't let anyone up there unless you have media. Have you been to Grand Valley's track yet?
Oh yeah, no.
Fuck, that track's so nice. It's so big. It's just 300 meter. I'm not gonna miss that gun.
I'm waiting for indoor to be over.
Oh. This race walk's gonna suck. Sounds good to me. surprised Bolus isn't doing the 4x4. I guess that's the national record.
Yeah, they already broke it. So no reason to do it again.
Carroll coming out to a narrow missing her at national last year from Nuance.
It's okay.
Attention athletes, current track time is 7:57. We do ask all athletes to please clear the track. The track is closed for warm-ups. We are getting ready to start our first event, which will be the 60-meter hurdle pentathlon championship division for the girls. So athletes, please clear the track. The track is now closed for warm-ups. We ask you to exit the track at this time. Thank you.
No! We have 27 heats of girls, 200.
Okay, we had 28 of boys yesterday.
We have 36 of boys.
Never mind.
I thought we were done with this bullshit. Why would they save that many prelims for the last day? I forgot about this. We were playing Risk with my one friend with 2 beers, just looking at us. This is me jumping into a super pet in March.
I love the YouTube picture just trying to look at the end dog.
It's always so funny.
Coach, I have one. Try. Nope.
And good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Adidas Indoor Nationals. Our first event on the track today will be the Indoor Pentathlon Girls 60-meter hurdles. This is their first event of 5. From here, they will be going to the high jump, and then the shot put, long jump, and finishing up at 800 meters. In his first section, in lane 2, Camille Brewer unattached. In lane 4, Camille Munoz of Standard Track. And in lane 6, Avery Keenan unattached. Again, as we said with the boys, time means points.
In a season that has seen national records, national championships, and never before seen storylines unfold, we've got just 10 hours left of Indoor 2025. Welcome to Day 3 of Adidas Track Nationals, live from the Virginia Beach Sports Center. Carson Gambaro, happy to say hello and good morning for Day 3, the final day, the final meet of what has been, I would argue, the greatest indoor season of all time. Yes, we have seen nothing but speed in all disciplines, even the field events, and we've still got more to come. More national champions to crown, more storylines to come to fruition. That's why we're here, after all. Our athletes that are competing on this day, if I had a word to describe them, an umbrella term perhaps, I would use tireless. And that applies especially to our athletes competing in the first event on the track, the 60-meter hurdles in the pentathlon. Not only will they be hurdling over 5 barriers at the 33-inch height and traveling 60 meters to do so, but they'll also be jumping, long jumping that is, high jumping as well, throwing the shot put and running 800 meters after they're done with that. So let's go ahead and get you fully focused on the line. It looks like we got Munoz and Keenan out there. Camille Munoz, definitely one to watch. The senior from Archbishop Molloy in New York and a future Navy midshipwoman. Got the early start and just held on for the win. Keenan pushed her all the way to the line. Again, it's not so much about the time, it's about the points that they secure. So despite Munoz's early win, she's going to have to hope that her time will ultimately allow her to maintain a good spot in the standings. She had her hands on her head, implying that she might have felt there was more in the tank. She did compete at the New York State Championships in the 55 hurdles, but of course 10:09, a little bit longer than she's used to running for the distance. So while she's used to seeing a 9 on that clock, when you add in those 5 extra meters in different hurdle placements, that's what adds to the challenge. Section number 2 of the girls' pentathlon hurdles will be coming up next. A quick reminder to all of our spectators, you can follow along with the live results for today's meet at Blue Ridge Timing. Here's a closer up look at our early standings. I heard a point total of around 695 as we get a look at our next group of starters. Scaptiolo from Washingtonville in 1, Burrell from Kikotan in 2, and Dalrymple unattached in 3. Those are our positions. They are occupying lanes 2, 4, and 6. Here they go. And on the near side, it's looking like Dalrymple. It sure is, as she cruises through. Oh, man. Took a tough tumble at the end. Having ascended the bank. She goes 9:46, though, so she earned it. And remember the word I used to describe our pentathletes, tireless. Let's hope that Dalrymple is okay. 9:46, her official time. Again, don't forget she's still got a long jump, high jump, shot put, and run 800 meters after it is all said and done. But as of right now, she's got the lead in the standings. A huge result to start the day for Sophia Dalrymple. She is the top seed in the pentathlon overall. She comes in with a 42.75 combined total. That is reflective of her heptathlon total, excuse me. She comes over from Wheaton, Illinois as just a sophomore. And she was first at the USATF Region 7 Junior Olympic Championships with that heptathlon total. So that's where she derives that top seed from. Let's have a look at our next group. We've got Pearson in 2, Zarzyski in 4, Wages in 6, and in 8, Williams of Fort Mill. And we look at the start list, and we look at the race. 9:46, the time to beat. We've still got a few heats of pentathletes left. It'll be Zarzyski. Yet another victory for the unattached athletes. Ashlyn Zarzyski. She comes from a little bit closer by, Albemarle in Virginia, class of 2026. And how about her time? There it is, 9:43. So she will take the lead in the overall standings. Very nicely done by Ashlyn, who competed in the hurdles at the Class 5 state championships, as well as the high jump, as well as the long and the triple jump. Was top 10 in the LJ and the TJ, and just outside of it in the other two events. Think about that, competing at 4 events at a state championship, let alone 5 with a multi-event competition. There are no multis at the Virginia State meets, so that makes her feat all the more impressive. Flow Track and MileSplit, our fans, we say hello to you, as well as our YouTube live audience. We're expected to have a number of audience tune in for our free live preview in the morning window. If you're with us, please let us know in the live chat where you're watching from and what event you're looking most forward to today. As we've got heat number 3, make that 4 on the track. Counting them up as we go. Oh, man, an early fall. Got to finish the race, though. You got to get points on the board. It'll be lane number 8 for the victory in this heat. How about Pelletier collecting the W? That is Taylor Pelletier. 9:38, the top time. Taylor Pelletier. Guess where she comes from? Windham in Maine. A senior from the great Northeast. Has competed in all different disciplines this season. She won her Class A state meet in this 55 hurdles event. Competed at New Balance Nationals in it as well over the 60-meter hurdles. Did not complete the pentathlon, though, as she only went for the long and the high as well as the hurdles. So we'll have to see how her throws are looking, as well as her 800-meter run. But either way, Taylor Pelletier coming down from Maine to set the early tone. That was heat number 5. In fact, that was heat number 4. We've got heat number 5 on the track right now. Trio in 2, Clark in 4, Brown and Gale. Looks like Clark the lone scratch. As they get underway this time, the times have only been getting faster. 9:38 is the top mark to beat if you want to take the lead in the early overall standings. And doing so on the far side, that is Brown in lane number 2. Marcel Brown of track 757. In fact, that is Trujillo in 9:45. Clark was the scratch. I had them mixed up on the lane order, but Trujillo, that's Tessa Trujillo of BC Athletics. Let's get another look at that. A 9:45. They took it off of the scoreboard, but Tessa Trujillo comes from Arkansas, out of Thaden School in Bentonville, just a sophomore. She competed at Adidas Track Nationals in this event last year, and the difference is she did not complete the pentathlon. She instead just did the hurdles and the long jump. Placed 32nd in the prelims last year, 9:66. So she already secured a personal best for her 60-meter hurdles efforts. Tessa Trujillo, your Heat 5 winner. We're keeping them all straight here for you with just one section to go. After this, a little something different, the race walk. But in the meantime, on the line, we've got Pruitt, Brown, Rose, and Nudie. Lanes 2, 4, 6, and 8 once again. .938 remains the top time. Lane 2 looking to be the golden lane once again. Got to clear those 33-inch barriers, and doing so with precision. A great effort to round out our pentathlon opening event of 5. Kenzie Pruitt of BC Athletics, yet another Arkansas native. She will show us the fastest time in the compiled standings as we meet up with our race walkers. coming down the front straightaway, taking a few strides up to the line for the girls' 1 mile race walk. It looks like they may be combining genders for this, or maybe not. We'll see. Let's have a look at our start list, as we're scheduled to have on this third day a separate race walk based on gender. Let's just go ahead and verify that for you again. Blue Ridge Timing, if you'd like to view the full live scoreboard, has all of what we're looking for. They are combining genders. It may be true, yes. As we had a few scratches on the boys' side, I see only one boy on the line. He wears hip 14. That is Matthew Wambacher, I believe. 9 of our 10 girls are on the line as scheduled. So as long as Matthew Wambacher of Bainbridge Guilford Afton out of the southern tier of New York can complete this race walk within the designated guidelines, then he will win the national title at Adidas 2025. We're going to watch the race between the ladies as well, as there is still a lot to be determined there. We've got Malak Ceylani, Summer Familio, Kaylee DiGregorio, Kelly Burke, Claire Devane, Sophia DiChiero, Madison Tuttle, Kalina Corrigan, and Peyton Cotter, as well as Charlie Dickinson on schedule. One of those athletes that I just mentioned is a scratch. It's looking like it could be one of our lower hip numbers. We will assess that later once the race unfolds. 9 girls, 1 boy, 2 national titles up for grabs at Adidas 2025. It's the mile race walk, our first oval event of the day. To remind you the rules of the race walk, you've got to keep that lead leg straight and constant contact with the ground. Taking us out with hip number 2, this is Summer Familio. She wants to become national champion, and she is making it crystal clear. A lot of our athletes that compete in the race walk based in the great Empire State of New York. Just look at that gap that Summer has formed. The senior from Comac on Long Island competed in this event at New Balance last week, as well as Nike. Secured a 7th place finish at NIN, secured a 6th place finish at NBNI, and she wants to go several steps further here at Adidas. Just imagine that, competing at 3 national championships in the span of 2 weeks' time. Summer Familio was also part of the New York State Championships in the race walk. They run 1,500 meter distance then, walked 1,500 meter distance then rather, and she secured her personal best over that discipline of 7:05:55. If she wants a PR today in the full mile race walk, Summer Familio, who takes a nice look over her left shoulder, she needs to go after the 7:45:82, the time that placed her 6th at New Balance last week. She only competes in indoor seasons regularly. So once she concludes her race walk in whatever time and position, this will be it for her season and likely varsity career. Our top boy has moved into second in the overall standings, and of course he's been in first the whole time in his race. Let's take another look at who that is. That's Matthew Wambacher. Coming again from New York, Bainbridge Guilford Afton, not necessarily Long Island. The southern tier, more specifically, for Matthew. He's a junior. He's done a number of events this season. He was 3rd in the mile race walk at Nike last week. And he's also pole vaulted a little bit this season. A 9-foot pole vaulter who can race walk with the best of them. There's Matthew Wambacher as we get a view of him We saw our last shot of Summer Familio. She's nearly 50 meters ahead, but this guy's in a class of his own when it comes to the boys' championship. Back to Summer Familio, though. We'll start to soon get an assessment of the pace that she is moving at. She has less than 5 laps to go. Once she hits the start-finish line next time, that'll be halfway through. Nice battle for second between hips 3 and 9. That's in the girls' race we're talking. And that's between Kaylee DiGregorio and Peyton Cotter of the Trotters. Summer Familio. And Matthew Broward. Broward's gaining a little bit of ground on Familio. But Summer will hit halfway at 3:48, 3:49. 4 laps to go at 3 minutes and 50 seconds, meaning she is on pace for a 7:40. Remember, her PR is a 7:45, so she is well ahead of that pace. Broward, remember, he's just outside of 8 minutes, 8:03, so he'll need the negative split. This is he was just outside of 4 minutes for his halfway split. Familio reestablishing her gap. DiGregorio in third. And we got a new challenger for the number 3 spot. Off of screen, that's Madison Tuttle, another athlete coming from the Southern Tier.
From Bainbridge, Guilford now entering the curve against your lone competitor.
Tuttle coming from Watkins Glen, home of Watkins Glen State Park. Here's a look at our chase pack. As Tuttle there left of screen, she is now effectively in third in the overall race and second in the girls' race. Familio in her final 3 laps now. I believe the in-house announcers may have had it mixed up. They said she was at just below 5 minutes with 4 laps remaining. That would imply that she's on just barely sub-10 pace, and we know that she has gone much quicker than that. There's Matthew Broward once again. He's trying to keep as close as possible and just focus on his own race. Remember, wherever you look at any corner of the track, there are officials watching with hawk eyes. If you slip up, you better hope you haven't committed a severe enough infraction to disqualify from the race walk. Now into the final 2 laps. It is confirmed for Summer Familio in her final race in the winter season, and likely ever as a Comac Cougar. It's going to be a very tough road home for a personal record. She's had to do the entirety of the workload all herself. Madison Tuttle can say the same. She's competed at Nike as well in the past week. So again, back-to-back weeks with national championships. Broward there, the top boy, about 25 meters away. Look at it, what we need for a meet record, though. Ruby Ray's 8 flat 94 from 2023 is certainly going to be in danger as Summer Familio and Matthew Broward get ready for the final lap. 6:57. Familio's been averaging around a minute per lap approximately as Broward has come back into the wide shot but disappears once again. He's going to have to work for it if he wants the combined title. He will get the boys title no matter what happens in the next 150 meters. And Summer Familio is chasing the meet record for the girls. 7:24, 7:25, less than 100 meters to go. And Broward is closing fast. In the combined mile race walk, lapping competitors as there is nothing But the officials' declaration standing between our national title and Summer Familio. A meet record if it stands.
First, only male competing. So Summer Familio.
7:51.94 for Summer.
51.94.
What a way to cap off your high school career. Let's watch to see who comes in afterwards. Tuttle is looking good. Around the far turn, you see your top left center of screen. Less than 100 meters to go for Madison from Watkins Glen, who I'm sure can't wait to visit the beautiful waterfalls of upstate New York once the weather continues to warm up. But she's got to grind it out and keep that lead leg straight in contact with the ground if she wants to secure the silver. She has done it, gotten to the line with a bunch of chasers coming after her. Kaylee DiGregorio, Charlie Dickinson of Harley Allendale, Columbia from southwestern New York was there. Peyton Cotter as well. Tuttle confirmed in third overall. Kaylee DiGregorio just got ahead of Charlie Dickinson in fourth. How about Malakse Yani as well? She got fifth. All the standings coming together. And just one race walker left on the oval. So if we look at our schedule right now as we observe our final competitor, our next event is not scheduled to go for another 15 minutes. That'll be the Championship Girls 4x8 100-meter relay. It'll be a one-and-done heat once we return as we celebrate our final finisher in the race walk. Coming to the line and done. Paulina Corrigan gives a hug to Madison Tuttle as she crosses and finishes. And that'll do it for the race walk. We'll see you in a few minutes once we return for the 4x8. What was that I said about a break until 8:38? We aren't going anywhere. We've got one more race walker out there, and this is going to be a pure time trial. Matthew Wambacher was mixed into the girls' race walk heat, but late to the starting line and still given the opportunity to run and walk. Ethan Hahn, the unattached athlete, will be doing a complete solo effort. If he wants to become the national champion for the boys' race walk, he's going to have to go well under 8. We'll see if we have the official times up. Yes, we do. We did not have Matthew Broward's time loaded into Blue Ridge timing, as of course they are separate events. So likely they're going to wait for this event to conclude to get his time. But ideally, you'll want to see Hahn below a minute per lap. And as of right now, we're at 1 minute. So around 75 meters from the finish line, he's going to have to really up his pace if he wants to go after a national title. Ethan Hahn. Out of Winston Churchill High School in Potomac, Maryland. Of course, when we think of Potomac, Maryland, it's hard to think of any program other than the Bullis School, who came, saw, and conquered last night. Nearly swept the national records, just a handoff away, essentially. If you break it down, just an unfortunate mishap on the exchange. But Coach Joe Lee said afterwards that when we make mistakes, we all make mistakes. We've all been there before, and we're there for each other. That was the general sentiment he expressed after his boys ran a U.S. number 2 all-time in the prelims, 124.64 for the 4x2, and in the finals, 124.66. The second and third fastest performances ever by a high school indoor team within a 24-hour span. Of course, we're talking about Ethan Hahn's hometown neighbors from the Bullis Bulldogs program, but you got to consider what Ethan has done himself. If he wants a PR over the mile race walk, he'll have to go faster than 8:25.34. Well, that hasn't stopped him from excelling over other disciplines as well. He's gone pretty well over the cross-country distances. He likes to dabble in some mid-distances as well without having to worry about the stringent rules of the race walk. He'll run the 800, he'll run the mile, he'll run the 2 mile, and he will even run the 5Ks in cross-country.
About 2 and some change with less than 6 to go.
Ethan Hahn on the back straightaway. This is his third lap of 8. Again, back to Bullis. I'm going to shout out our David Wynn, who put together a great feature piece on the Bulldogs' efforts this weekend. You can go ahead and view that on MileSplit under the Meet tab for Adidas Track Nationals. You can also view all photo albums from the first couple of days of action, courtesy of our Andrew Brown, Mary Ann Magnet as well, our photographers on site capturing the stills. We're here taking care of the sights and sounds. We've got our Preston Merchant and our Austin Melius delivering you the camera operations and production assistance, and our Mark Dwyer overseeing it all. That's the full crew. If I've missed any names, I'll be sure to rattle them off to you throughout the remainder of our program. We've got several names that I could go on for days to shout out behind the scenes at the Flow Sports headquarters in Austin, Texas. Our technicians, our MileSplit content manager, David Scott, as well. All of them are part of this broadcast, as they have been all indoor season long. We've got plenty of exciting outdoor meets coming your way on Flow Track. And we've even got World Championship coverage happening over in Nanjing, China. Our Johnny Pace is on the ground capturing the photos. Again, you can follow his work at Pace Photo and at Flow Track on all social platforms. Our graphics team coming up with the up-to-the-minute updates. I'll tell you, I was scrolling Instagram in between events, and we had a wild clip from the women's 60-meter hurdles. A Karen Nugent had clipped a barrier and actually took out the crossbar of the hurdle. So be sure to check that out to get a sense of what exactly I'm talking about as far as that entails, as There have been some truly unique moments in our sport happening at the World Championships. We saw a sweep of the men's 400, arguably the highlight of yesterday's action. Chris Bailey, Brian Faust, and Ja'Cory Patterson. Jakob Ingebrigtsen, he won the 3K, his first indoor world title there, and he's going to contend in the 1,500-meter finals today. Grant Holloway as well picked up the world title in the men's 60 hurdles yesterday. Speaking of iconic photos, Grant's lean at the line was nothing short of iconic. His third world title in the 60-meter hurdles. He's already a 3-time outdoor 110-meter hurdles world champion. Ethan Hahn, if he wants to become a national champion, he'll need to complete his last 2 laps in inhuman pace. He'll be happy to finish this race at this rate. Unfortunately, it looks as though Matthew Wambacker's time will be a little bit too fast for the man from Maryland. But let's see what Ethan Hahn can do in these final 2 laps.
And at 11 o'clock will be the girls' championship pole vault. And it should be a great competition. We have U.S. #1 and U.S. #2 going against one another. They were against one another here last year. And now we will see them again. They were both at Millrose. They're both state champions, undefeated. And it should be a great competition in that girls' championship pole vault.
If you were with us a couple of moments ago, you'll recall I was talking about one of the major world championship storylines from Nanjing. Jakob Ingebrigtsen going for the 1,500-meter gold and double with the 3K. Well, he just did it. At this moment, as we speak, 3:38.79 for the win by Jakob, who has never won a 1,500-meter world title before. Remember, he had broken the world record initially before breaking it again en route to his mile world record of 3:45.14 this season. He had sub 3:30 en route, and when he ran his initial world record in the low 3:30s, that was not in a world championship effort. When the world championships rolled around, he had COVID and finished second behind former world record holder Samuel Tefera of Ethiopia. So Jakob Ingebrigtsen finally proving he can get a world championship over the 1,500, an event that he has been silver at the past 2 world championships to Jake Whiteman and Josh Kerr. Of course, we're talking about outdoor world championships, so the score has yet to be settled there. And after being left off the 1,500-meter podium, despite defending his global title over the 5,000 meters, Jakob Ingebrigtsen is going to want to get it all this year in Tokyo. Matthew Hahn. He's looking out of breath right now. Looking like he's just ready to get to the finish line as he comes down the final straightaway. He'll be a silver medalist in about 200 meters time. As they ring the bell for our lone race walker in section number 2.
9:46.61 to be exact, 1:24.24 on his last, actually 1:21.67, on his last lap.
Ethan Hahn walking for home. How fast can he get to the line? The clock is right now at 10:42. Matthew Wambacher has learned just under 3 minutes ago that he is a national champion. But you consider that there were other two boys scheduled to walk in this event. Han was among the bravest to have shown up and attempted this grueling distance. I just invented a new word for him, grueling. Grueling and brutal all in one. That is the mile race walk for you, everybody. And it is Ethan Han for the silver. I think he was just taking a casual stroll out there as he gets to handshake his lone competitor. It's all friendly competition. Matthew Wambacher and Ethan Han will get to mount the podium as first and second. Who's going to mount the podium on the girls 4x8? As we said before, just a one-and-done heat coming at you. Again, to our YouTube live audience, let us know where you're watching from and what athletes or relay teams that you're looking forward to. I'll tell you one that jumps out to me as our first hip number, repping the Koala Track Club jersey. That'll be the Ursuline School out of New Rochelle, New York. They won the Sprint Medley National title at the Nike Indoor Nationals just last week at the Armory in New York City. And are going to look to showcase some of their mid-distance depth here. They were second in the DMR as well and are joined in this heat on schedule by West Carteret, Monacan, South Warren, St. Sebastian Striders, Vineland, and the DMR champions Metrolina Christian Academy. We talk about Metrolina. They're another team with great depth. We'll have to see if they're out there. I think they might not be. They would be wearing hip number 7 on the lead early. It is hip number 4. That is South Warren taking us up for the first of 4 laps on this first of 4 legs. South Warren out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. We've had a lot of representation from Louisville, but Bowling Green as well from the Bluegrass State, showing us some of their best mid-distance runners. Monacan as well, running right there in second with Vineland in third position. Monacan out of Chesterfield, Virginia, and Vineland out of New Jersey. So we got 3 different states in the top 3. We know we've got the New Yorkers off the screen battling it out for 4th, I believe with West Carteret. They come from Morehead City, North Carolina. So all 5 teams in this race representing different states. As now moving into the lead, this is our penultimate lap. Monacan High School. India Bay, what a great run in her Open 800 yesterday. Leading her team off well. I think either West Carteret and Metrolina may be out there after all. If they are, they're in 4th. And Ursuline with some early work to do in 5th. They do have Jane Hickey scheduled on their lineup, who ran in the championship 400 yesterday. So we'll see if they can make a comeback. They're going to have a lot of work to do, though. Nearly 100 meters to claw back is handing over first. It is nearly dead even. Bay collapses over the rail, but she has gotten Monacan in the driver's seat over Vineland. And in third, the team from Bowling Green, South Warren. As they head down the back straightaway, this is the second leg of 4. Top 3 teams about equidistant from one another. Monacan building that cushion. Remember, it was airtight at the exchange. And it's looking like our 4th place team does wear hip number 2, so it is West Carteret from Morehead City, North Carolina. They're making up some steady ground. Ursuline looks like they may have a little bit too much to do at this point. They would have to close now over a 100-meter gap. And even with an athlete like Jane Hickey on schedule to be in your lineup, that is no small ask whatsoever. So now that we've got all 5 teams established, let's continue to watch the race for the front. Monacan, but here comes a big push by South Warren. They're rocking the block letters SOUTH on their front sides, and they've overtaken Vineland on this third lap of the second leg. They were around 220s at the first exchange. That'll get you to an average finishing split of 920. Ursuline has closed a little bit of ground as they're now within 100 meters of the leaders. They're going to want to hope that they can stay close, as Hickey ran a 2:10 to anchor her team to the SMR title at Nationals in Nike. Less than a lap to go on this second leg. It is still Monacan, but look at the move by the early leader, South Warren, up on the shoulder. Can they get by? Yes, they can, as they move into the back straightaway over Monacan for the first time in several laps. And now starting to pick it up once again. Less than 100 meters to go before the halfway handoff. South Warren, Monacan, Vineland, West Carteret. Just beneath 450 at the exchange, so pace might have slipped just a tidbit. Let's see how fast they can finish on this third leg and fourth. South Warren and Monacan trying to stay in front, stay in control of the pace and the tempo. If you want to go after an Adidas Nationals meet record, we need to see a scorching sub-9 8:56.87 by IMG Elite, and they just broke the national record at New Balance last week at 8:46.04. IMG's meet record was from 2021, so no carryovers from that particular lineup. But to consider that teams with national record capabilities have won here just goes to show you the stage that our athletes are on going for the gold. I love watching 4x8s that take place in this fashion, though, when you've got two teams out front, both just as committed to going for the gold. A lot of times you'll see them match each other's movements stride for stride. And even though South Warren is the sitting duck out front, they still seem plenty confident. When you put yourself in that position, you have to exercise confidence. You can't let the nerves get to you. You can't let the pressure of being at a national championship get to you. You've got to have that trust in yourself and in your teammates to know that you've put in the season-long work to get to this position. We'll have just over a lap to go before the final exchange as they come around the far turn, home straightaway. Remember, they took the baton just beneath 4 minutes and 50 seconds. That first 600 split around a 1:53, so we'll see if they can keep the tempo going, averaging in the mid-220s per half-mile go-around. West Carteret has moved up into third. They're definitely gaining some ground on the leaders. With less than 100 meters to go, though, how about Monacan? They overtook South Warren, having let them do all the work of the first 3 laps of this third leg, and they have opened up a huge advantage heading into the anchor. 7:18 with 4 laps to run. Monacan hands off at second. West Carteret just ahead of Vineland. Let us see what is left in store. Monacan trying to get away as Ursuline will hand off. All 5 teams have handed off to their anchor leg.
3 laps to go. That's Monacan High School.
Monacan from Chesterfield, Virginia. Looking to go for that national title in just the 5th year of Adidas Indoor Nationals.
Spirited fight for second.
They've gone as quickly as 9:42.44 at the Class 4 state meet just a few weeks ago. That was good enough to place them 5th. But among the 5 teams, they are ahead of everybody here at Adidas Nationals. in the final 400 meters. Vineland has moved into second ahead of South Warren, ahead of West Carteret. And Monacan is about to lap Ursuline School, who will get another All-American finish, but it won't be the same as the SMR. It is Monacan. Just over a lap remaining for the lone team representing their home state in Virginia Beach. 9:03 at the bell. Could they break 9:40 for the first time this indoor season to set them up for outdoors? They've got nearly a 30-meter gap on their closest competitors from Vineland and Jay and are pulling away. Less than a turn and straightaway remains before our first relay champions will be crowned on day 3 of Adidas Nationals. Here comes Monacan. They're going to crush their season best in the process. 9:38.93 for Monacan. Vineland gets up for second, and a big battle for third. Here comes South Warren. Ursuline still with just under a lap remaining as West Carteret will come through. And the post-race celebration. Both of our top 2 teams celebrating. You see Monacan there, and off to their left, Vineland, as gold and silver medalists, and even South picking up the bronze. They cannot believe it. What an awesome start. Boys 4x8s coming up in a moment as Ursuline rounds us out as our final finishers. Getting underway pretty quickly here. Boys 4x8 100-meter relay championship finals. Royalty Track Club, Louisville Extreme Lafayette Club.
Boys 4x8 100-meter relay. The meet record set 2022.
Boys 4x8 is on the track. Again, it is Royalty Track Club, Louisville Extreme Lafayette Club, Bowie High School, and Iona Prep. So just 4 teams in this, and they are moving early. Our meet record of this event is a 7:49.07 by Bullseye Running from 2022. We'll have to get a sense of who is shaping up for success here.
Louisville Extreme hit number 2, St. Xavier, their Eastern Indoors silver medalists. Coming up on 400 meters.
A strong move to the front. Louisville Extreme makes the pass at 400. They were well below 60 seconds there, so we'll see if they can split some sub-2s. Again, if you want to go after that 7:49 meet record, we'll need to see some low 157 averages. And with the top 2 still right with one another, you have to think that a split in that universe is more than possible. Right behind them, this is Lafayette Club, wearing hip number 3. They're still below 2-minute pace. Lafayette Club from Williamsville, Virginia, trying to take it to the Kentucky boys from Louisville Extreme as they head down the back straightaway for the final time on the first leg. Looks like Iona Prep is in third, but they are nearly 40 meters back, in fact. So it's going to be tough to close that gap. But as we've seen in the 4x8s, we remark upon this so often because it remains ever true. A lot of times, some teams may save a hidden 150 low runner in their reserves for the later legs. Our current order is Louisville Extreme, Lafayette Club, Iona Prep, and Bowie High School. They were just outside of 2 minutes flat at the exchange, so we'll see if they can run some sub-twos as far as remaining splits go. That first lap was definitely sub-2 pace as they split around a 27-28. If it was a 27, it was a high one, but still well below 30 seconds per lap. Once again, running 4 laps apiece. Each lap 200 meters and 30 seconds is what you're looking for that 8-minute pace. They crossed the line before 3 minutes after the 6th lap. Again, you want to just look for it almost like a checkerboard, right? 3:30, 4:30. Each and every lap has to be either in the 50s or the 20s, or potentially better, to ensure that you are sub 2 minute per leg pace. Let's switch from pace into racing, shall we? How about the tatted up hip 3 wearers? Lafayette Club. We talk about the merch here this weekend. A lot of people like to think of the backpack, the t-shirts, but we got some ink happening as well by our high school championship contenders. Lafayette Club, they went for it early, just over a lap out from the finish line. They're paying for it a little bit in the home straightaway as Louisville Extreme comes back to hand over first into the 3rd leg. Another split in the very low 2-minute range, and they're trying to pull away on this 3rd carry. Bowie has moved up into 3rd ahead of Iona Prep, but their gap is not getting any smaller. Huge early surge by Lafayette Club, having moved right up onto the shoulder. Inside shoulder now looking to go to the outside shoulder of Louisville Extreme, who took that first lap in a 27-second split, among the quickest that we have seen yet. Still looking for our first sub-2 of the day. We saw a lot of drama in the Open 800 championship last night, as out of the first heat, Caleb Tenfoss of Accelerate Iowa ran a 151.84, placing him just outside the U.S. 20 top times and winning from the quote-unquote slow heat. This is a one-and-done 4x8. They've slowed the tempo down quite significantly as that second go-around was around a 30-second split in comparison to a high 27 for the first lap. But still, running below 60-second pace. Remember, they took the halfway split at around 4:02, so averaging pace for an 8:04. Even if they don't get that 7:49 meet record, a sub-8 is something special. They're going to need to leave it up to some reliable anchors and strong closing splits, as moving into the lead is Lafayette Club over Louisville Extreme. Bowie's in 3rd, Iona Prep a distant 4th as they come up to the final exchange, less than 100 meters to go. Lafayette looking to make it a Virginia sweep, and Louisville, after Southbourne took the bronze for Bowling Green, trying to bring the gold home to Kentucky. They've got around a second to make up at the exchange. We're going to throw the clock out the window as time is a non-factor. The only factor as far as the national championship is concerned is who finishes where. Lafayette Club, Louisville Extreme. Lafayette's really trying to get away. A pretty fast opening lap. Once again, another adrenaline pushed 27. And they're starting to pull away. Still very early in this 800-meter race. You can see on the right of your screen, Louisville Extreme in the black kit trying to stay reserved. Perhaps sensing the panic in his competitors' running expression. Halfway through another 57-second opening 400 meters for Lafayette Club. Trying to put that panic aside, and I think they're doing a resilient job of that as they are putting meter on meter on meter on their competition. nobody else left in the picture. Louisville Extreme may have to worry about Bowie for the number 2 spot, as Lafayette Club has put this race away. They're going to be really tough to catch. 25 plus meters ahead with less than 200 meters remaining. Lafayette Club has a Virginia sweep in sight as they head down the final backstretch of the boys championship 4x8. The crowd's starting to fill in and get into this one. Louisville holding on to second. Here comes that battle. And here comes Lafayette Club, winning by over a lap. Louisville rallies for second. Just holding off Bowie, but an 8:03.97. That was definitely a sub-2 anchor, and Lafayette Club needed every second of it. They could not be more thrilled, fist bumping each other. And even their competitors, they've all got the ink. A couple of them do. Others seem to have different preferences, but however you get it done, a national championship doesn't lie. We got some more relays coming at you. Next up will be the National Elite 4x800. And it's the girls back on the track for a 2-heat final.
East Wake and Shipley Volkman. Shipley now takes the lead. That's Shipley in the blue over black. East Wake is in second. In third, that is the Maverick Track Club. And in fourth, that's Seaford High School. Right around 70 seconds for the first lap. This is Shipley's Vault Lab. They are in the lead. Now moving into second is Seaford High School. Shipley, Seaford, East Wake. And now Seaford takes the lead. Seaford, Shipley, East Wake. Shipley, East Wake. Seaford, East Wake, and Shipley. Coming up to the first exchange. That's Seaford. 2:29.18. Seaford, East Wake. Seaford, East Wake, and Shipley's Vault Lab. That's Crofton in fourth. East Lakeville takes the lead. Seaford in second. Shipley's Vault Lab in third. East Wake, Seaford, Shipley's Vault Lab. Coming on the back stretch, that is East Wake High School. Seaford and Shipley's Vault Lab. And Crofton now moves into third, closing in on second. Crofton moves into second. But still East Wake down front. East Wake, Crofton. Seaford in third. Shipley's Vault Lab in fourth. That's Crofton. East Wake and Crofton. East Wake and Crofton. Cox Running Club in third. East Wake, Crofton, Cox Running Club. Coming on the home stretch, it's still East Wake, Crofton, Cox Running Club. Shipley's Vault Lab moves into fourth. Coming around the turn, it's East Wake, Crofton, Cox Running Club. Shipley's Vault Lab in fourth. Crofton now takes the lead. East Wake in second. Exchange, it's Compton. Eastwood, Cox Running Club. Shipley's Walk Lab. Compton, Eastwood, Cox Running Club. Shipley Walk Lab and Maverick. Compton and Eastwood. Maverick now losing the third. Fox Running Club in fourth. Shipley's Walk Lab in fifth. Two laps to go. Maverick now takes the lead. Our leader, mid-level four, is Maverick Track Club. Crofton in second. Eastwood in third. And that's Maverick. They win his first section. 10-11-34. To 18:04 with the anchor from Maverick. 10-11-34 the time to beat.
So that was an exciting 10 minutes, 11.34 seconds by Maverick Track Club out of Manchester, Maryland.
Section 2, scheduled to run West Orange.
They had been lurking in the shadows. It was a battle between Eastwake and Crofton early. Those first three legs, Crofton led at the anchor, but taking it home at the end, it was all Maverick. They made a very strong move just over 200 meters out. And that'll set the time to be heading into the second and final section of the girls' National Elite 4x8. Giving you a sense of what else to expect on our schedule today. After these 4x8s, we'll have some boys' National Elite 4x8s, and then a couple of hours of 200s. We'll have the championship and National Elite divisions send the top 8 preliminary qualifiers to the finals that'll take place later this afternoon. Should have around 3 hours of 200s, I would estimate, between around 9:40 and 12:50. We'll have a little break in between for the national anthem, and then come back for the finals of the 60-meter hurdles and the 60-meter dash. featuring the top contestants from the prelims and semifinals in respective divisions over the past 2 days. Sprint medley relays will follow from there. We'll fit in the 800 for the pentathlon when it is suitable to do so. Once they finish their running, jumping, and throwing for their other events. After the SMR, we'll have the championship and national elite mile runs. Sticking with girls, followed by boys. And the 200 finals, and closing it out on day 3 of 3 with the 4x4s, national elite. And, of course, we got to bring it home with the championship division once and for all. Our field event should be wrapped up well before then. Our last event of last night, in fact, was not the Bullis Schools 4x2. We still had a couple of high jumpers with attempts remaining, so we stuck around for a couple of extra minutes, but it's likely going to be the 4x4 that's the closing act here. The opening act, the opening relays, this is the 4x8 Lady Spartans Track Club has the early lead. They've got about 20 meters of an advantage. Alexandria City wearing hip number 7 in second place. But Lady Spartans coming from Oakhurst, New Jersey. Lady Spartans Track Club trying to keep their lead. First exchange coming up. How about that at 2:21? That's a very fast opening carry. They're on pace to beat the teams from the championship division at that rate. A 10:11 time to beat would require an average split of just outside, just inside, in fact, 2:33. So the upper 2:32s per leg. They're over 10 seconds ahead of that, and we are only one leg in. And once their second leg started taking off, really put a good early injection of pace in. That was a 34-second lap. They're being clawed back just a little bit. Our national elite meet record, as it stands, is a 9:44.68, so they're even well on pace for that if they can continue the 2:21 tempo. We're about to get their 400-meter split for their second leg. Around a 71 high, as making great ground. Elite Performance Institute running in second. Coming from Smithsburg, Maryland. So we got New Jersey on the front and Maryland in second. The DMV trying to hold it down. They've already won both championship titles in the 4x8, in fact. It was Monacan, and then it was Lafayette Club, and now in the lead, it is Elite Performance Institute, wearing hip number 3. They took the lead on lap number 3 of leg number 2. Alexandria City still holding on to third place. They're in a nice battle for that position. But this is going to be a very fast second leg split. We'll have to watch for the halfway clocking, as they're likely going to get home right around meet record pace. Should be in the low mid 220s for the split. 448, 449, 450, 451. Elite Performance Institute is ahead of meet record pace. They would have needed to be at a 452 to guarantee that 944 finishing average. They put a lot of distance on their chief competition. The early leaders from Lady Spartans out of Oakhurst NJ, who have now formed a three-way grouping in the battle for second. They're just around 25 meters off of screen. Opening lap for our leaders. That was a very fast 32. Also vying for that number 3 spot, we've got St. Catharines from Richmond, the Virginia State capital. So they in Alexandria City trying to hold it down for the Commonwealth. They're in All-American National Elite positions as we currently speak, but it looks as though off of screen they're making it into a bit of a tactical battle for second as continuing on the front. That's a great first 400 meters of around 68 seconds. Alexandria City is in second, but Elite Performance is running away. Smithsburg, Maryland, if you're watching from there, this is your team trying to bring you home a national title. It's a 6:38 split with 1 lap to go. So that third lap definitely increased in difficulty, as is often the case. The battle for second is now between two teams. Alexandria City wearing hip number 7 and wearing hip number 6, St. Catharines. So Virginia running 2-3, the DMV in 1, 2, and 3. Elite Performance, Anchor stepping out onto the track as the trailing teams give chase. Let's see what they'll need for a meet record. A 9:44 is necessary. Can we get a sub 2:24 on this Anchor? We're going to need to see some low, if not sub 2:20s from our second and third place teams. But so far, they're losing some ground in the early stages of this Anchor. Look at this opening split in that first 100. That was around a 15-second clip with a rolling start, albeit. But 15 times 8 is 2 minutes flat. 31 high on the opening 200 meters, so that pace slipped just a little bit, as is naturally the case with the lactic acid building step by step. But just think about it. 2 flat is something that very few 800 meters at any level on the women's side are able to ever accomplish. So that just goes to show you about the bravery of the early pace set by our leaders on this Anchor leg, trying to run scared, trying to run for a record, and trying to win the national title in the National Elite Division of girls 4x8. 2 laps to go. Official 400 split should be in the 67s. Their lead about 6 to 7 seconds. In second place, St. Catharines has overtaken Alexandria City, and a very strong run in fourth for the Lady Spartans, who led early. But with less than 1.5 laps remaining, can Elite Performance Institute hold on for the title? Can they keep this pace going? They're going to have to really grind it in this last 200. It is a 9:07 low, and they are starting to tire. They went out painstakingly hard in that opening 200 meters. Down the final straightaway of the backstretch, that is. 9:26. Oh, man, this last 100 is going to take everything they have for a meet record. But this national title will be only but a reflection on the grit that they've worked on all season to get here. Elite Performance Institute, your national elite champions in the girls 4x8 and adidas. St. Catharines. They'll hold off ACTC. And then a great finish for fourth. Cabell Midland, in fact. We had that mixed up. It was hip number 2, not 7. Alexandria City will have to settle for one of the minor positions. To our Cabell Midland fans, we apologize for the miss ID. They come from Ona, West Virginia, so the fact that they got up for a bronze in the nation for their division Really says something coming from one of the smaller states
Give a happy birthday to one of our officials, Joyce. If you can wave, Joyce, happy birthday.
with not a ton of track flair to go by. They still brought it home for a bronze medal. So it was Maryland, Virginia, and then West Virginia. The final finishing order.
Next on the track, this will be our first of two sections. Time final, National Elite Boys 4x8.
Time to switch things over to the boys for the 4x8 National Elite Division.
Set 2023.
So far, no meet records. We had one severely under threat there. It was around a 9:46. Come the finish for our champions from Elite Performance Institute. Wildcats Track Club holds the boys' national elite meet record of 8:09.67 in 2023. We're going to call them to a quick stand-up here as we get a view once again of the double waterfall. We've yet to really explain how this works, though we've seen it in a few different events thus far. The double waterfall allows teams to get a clean start. Lanes 1, 2, and 3 for the inside guys, and lanes 4, 5, and 6 for the outside guys are the first two bends, and they'll cut in from there. They are moving. Around 13 seconds for our early leaders at the opening 100. Of course, that is naturally going to settle down, but it just goes to show you how important these guys stress getting position early, avoiding all of the congestion and contact that is imminent when you're in the pack. Look who's out there on the front. You got EPI, Elite Performance Institute, leading over the Hive Track Club in the early going. Moving up into the number 2 spot now. That looks to be our second hip number. That's Farmingdale from Long Island, New York. They've got an underrated squad coming from the Empire. Look at it, our 500-meter split. We're still well beneath 2-minute pace. Around 1:13 with a half lap and another to go for our opening legs. Here comes Farmingdale on the outside. They'll make the pass into the lead. 1:29 mid with a lap to go on this opening leg. Again, these national elite teams, though they are not in the championship division, they have shown the ability based on their pure 800-meter talents to rival what we've seen from the championship teams. This is going to be an incredible split for Farmingdale from Long Island. Continuing to accelerate despite having run 3 laps at sub-2 pace. They're going to hand off. This is going to be our first sub-2 opening split that we have seen on the day. 1:59 for Farmingdale. Remember, our championship winning team had a sub-2 anchor, so not our first overall sub-2. That was done courtesy of our winners a couple of sections ago from Lafayette Club. Maryland had swept the championship finals. Maryland's already got a win on the girls' side with Elite Performance Institute, who currently sits in second in this first of 2 tied finals in the National Elite Division.
2 teams up front, followed by a chase pack of 4. Our leaders now going into the bend by the scoreboard. Elite Performance followed closely by Farmingdale.
A great opening run by Farmingdale. That was Del Guercio on their opening leg. Looks like they've got Junker on, correction, it was Ferraiolo on first leg. It's Del Guercio on second leg. Had to set the order straight as we've got their last names listed on our start lists. Again, Blue Ridge Timing, they got all the live results available so you can get a sense of who's running. It's pretty cool, too, when some relay teams have multiple last names of the same spelling.
But it's all Farmingdale right now.
typically means you'll have a sibling or two on the same relay. There are some big-time battles going on for fourth place right now. Behind our leaders, Farmingdale, behind our second-place team, Elite Performance Institute. We've got 5 teams all scrambling for third as Farmingdale gets ready to hand over into the third leg. Great finish by the Long Island boys and the Maryland boys. A very neck-and-neck handoff as they hand over into the third leg.
So it's Farmingdale, Elite Performance.
There's going to be a lot of position changes in that minor pack, and they could very well soon catch up to the leaders. This is going to be a very interesting third leg as we continue. Farmingdale still on the front. Elite Performance still in second, but into the picture, a very strong run by hit number 7. That's Shipley's Vault Lab. Look at our new third place team. That is Shipley's. We had a number of pole vaulters here yesterday, the men from Frederick, Maryland. Looking to go after what could be a huge win. Remember, the pace was hot early, so they'll definitely have a chance to threaten for the podium. Look over the left shoulder for Farmingdale. They likely were unable to see that pass as they turned back in front a little too soon to do so. But Buck into second. Shipley's Vault Lab has overtaken EPI as they head down the back straightaway. Now all 5 teams are in the mix. Look at this. A big move coming on the outside. This was one of the teams that made the end of the second leg frivolous, and doing so in the midway portions of the third leg. That is hip number 6, the Hive. They were in second early on, lost some ground after the scorching kick by Farmingdale, who's now lost the lead for the first time since the first leg. What an unleashed kick this is by EPI. Elite Performance Institute stretching it out in the final stages of this third leg. EPI just beneath 6:18. Farmingdale will hand off in second, just over 3 seconds behind. Just under 4 seconds with the Hive right behind. This is going to be one epic last leg. EPI trying to play a little conservatively in this opening 200, recognizing their gap, recognizing that their competitors are going to have to do a lot of work in only a half mile's worth of distance. EPI running tall, running strong, running within themselves as the Hive is within 15 meters. And Farmingdale in third. They've got George Thamatos, who's got great strength, great range, dropped to 15:18 at Nationals in the 5K last week. Let's see if he's got the strength to hang on. And let's look at this opening split. That was a sub 60 right there. Or EPI, and well below 60 for second and third as well. Thamatos starting to pick up his turnover. Still in third behind the Hive. They've got Connor on the anchor and EPI with Gensel, the man trying to torchbear their way to the victory in heat number 1. Does he have enough to hold on? We're about to see this third lap. It was a painful 32 high, 33 low. The Hive is in contact. And Farmingdale is in contention as well. Remember, this is only the first heat, so they've got to go as fast as possible. Down the final backstretch, here comes the Hive. Can they get by in the final 100 meters? It is Elite Performance Institute. The Hive still pressuring them into the final straightaway. Running out of room, can they get by? Not quite. Elite Performance Institute holds on at the last moment. Farmingdale in third and Springbrook in fourth. An 8:21.88 by EPI, just enough to hold off the Hive, who split a very low 2 minutes on their final go-around. Farmingdale, 4 seconds behind them. Your Heat 1 standings, with Heat 2 still to come. Here comes your final finishing team right there. That was Manor. Your final finishing team from heat number 1, that is, as we've still got heat number 2 to come.
Championship elite boys shot put. Our current leader, Chance Stewart, with the best throw, 58 feet 9.5 inches. Alexander Johnson at 58 feet 4.75 inches. This is our second section, final section, time final, National Elite Boys 4x8.
Time to get underway. 8:21 high is the time to beat for Section 2 of the Boys National Elite 4x800 meter relay. We've got Velocity Express, Cobra, Jefferson Forest, Coastal Christian, Eastern Regional, Digital Harbor, East Coast Elite, Patriot High School, St. Paul's School, Mount Gilead, Warwick, and Cabell Midland. Double waterfall once again. And breaking in early, carrying that baton. A little bit loose and wide, but in a good way as they're trying to stay nice and open with their running in the early stages of this race. That is Mount Gilead coming down from Ohio. Pretty quick opening 300 meters thus far. We're going to get a sense of the clock as we continue. In order to win based on time, they'll need just to average 2:05s, and with national caliber athletes, that is certainly within the wheelhouse. Look at that, sub-2 pace through the opening 400 meters. As right behind them, we've got Cabell Midland, the team that took third in the girls' national elite 4x8. As they head down the back straightaway, this is the third lap. Cabell with a huge third lap here. They've moved into the lead around the far turn. Trying to pick up momentum with every step, every stride. Rocking the headband. 131. Remember, Farmingdale opened with a 159 in the opening section, so they're not necessarily in the lead if we replay the last heat in its actuality. But they're going to put themselves on a good pace to go after the win. 4 teams going to vie it out for positioning here. Cabell Midland. Here comes a big pass into the lead. Hit 5 Eastern Regional. We'll hand over at 2:03. Cabell delegated a second for the time being. And the Jersey boys controlling the tempo early. And they took it at 2:02, 2:03, roughly in that ballpark. And it's a 3-team race as we currently stand. Our third team there, where's hip number 8? That is Patriot High School. They're coming over from Nokesville, VA. So again, Cabell Midland We consider their hometown of Ona, West Virginia. Coming from one of the smallest states in the nation. But from a great place to get some good altitude training in, I'm sure. You saw that bode well with a bronze medal for the ladies. What can the young men do? Hurley sitting in second behind our leaders who took that lead on the last lap of the first leg, Eastern Regional. These second legs falling a little bit further away from sub-2 per leg pace. But don't forget about the meet record. That's an 8:09.67. 2:02's our opening splits. Would be good enough to achieve that as they've got less than a lap to go on this second leg. Or halfway split. Be indicative of a meet record. What will it show us? And who will take it first? A lot of questions left to be answered. Eastern Regional will have the inside position, always crucial to have in a tight race, as we've seen on the 4x2s these past couple of nights. Handing over into the third leg, 4:09. So we're going to need to see a couple back-to-back 2 flat splits. And keep in mind, 8:21 isn't going to take a jog to beat. You'll need some 2:06s right around those second leg rough splits in order to beat that. Can they get it done? Elite Performance Institute has the lead as we currently stand. Jefferson Forest making up some big ground on this third leg. We'll see if they can get into the mix. Our earliest leaders from Mount Gilead still holding out of the number 3 spot with Forest in 4th. If they come into picture, look out for them in bright scarlet red, but in varying shades of white. We've got Cabell Midland and Eastern Regional. The positions have flip-flopped since we last assessed. But either way, they are both still right in contention. This is yet another mano-a-mano, will against will type of race where the third legs will try and leave it up to a kick to try and position their anchors as best as they can. But they've got to be careful because look who's right there. What a third leg by Mount Gilead. The Buckeye boys coming down the back straightaway with a huge stride, going 3 wide to take the lead. Mount Gilead. They've awakened the kick by Eastern Regional, the Jersey boys, knowing they need to respond ASAP to this move. They've got less than a lap to get to their anchor first, and leaving Cabell Midland from West Virginia behind. Forest in 4th. They've still got some more work to do. But Eastern Regional up for the assignment. They go by on the inside. Wow. A very brave third leg by Mount Gilead, though. They've given their anchor man a shot to take it over the National Elite title. Now let's assess the clock. 6:14 high, 6:15 low at the exchange for our leaders. A very confident close by Eastern Regional, who will need to bring it home in a low 2:06 at worst if they're to beat the time by EPI from the opening section. So again, with a 6:15 opening split, we had a baton drop towards the back of the pack. We didn't get to capture that for you. Let's hope that East Coast Elite can get back into it. First lap, sub 30. Mount Gilead trying to stay reserved. Forest has moved up into third over Cabell Midland. Eastern now starting to stretch it out. We saw their first leg and their third leg save their best running for the last lap. Will that strategy remain for their anchor? We talk about the different types of runners that can run a 4x8. You could bring up your 400 sprinters, bring down your long distance mile, 2-milers, or just have your 800 mains. Whomever you've got on whichever leg, you have to come into it with a strategy. And that is what Eastern Regional is showing us as they continue to pull away on the backstretch. Just under 300 meters now remain for the Jersey boys, who've already got one national title under their belts this weekend. Natalie Dumas won the 400 yesterday, running 8 times the distance. We've got the boys relay going for the National Elite Championship. Podium positions will be very significant for the other teams as Jefferson Forest will challenge Mount Gilead in the last lap for the silver. This is Eastern Regional's run for gold. They've got 13 seconds to get to that line. Less than 50 meters to go as they show us that last lap sprint once again. Eastern Regional gets it done. 8:16 with a 2:01 anchor. 8:16.69. Mount Gilead holds on for second. Jefferson Forest gave them everything they had in that home straightaway. So did Patriot and Cabell Midland. Those second through fifth teams finishing within 2 seconds of one another. Midland is thrilled that they'll be All-Americans just like their girls were, but how about the win? They are pumped, I tell you. Eastern Regional, all of our All-American teams are pumped. Everybody's pumped at Adidas Track Nationals. The atmosphere here is unmatched. So what's next, you might ask? Well, one of the most important events of the day. We've got to find out who will be taking part in the championship 200-meter finals. And how do we do that? Well, with some prelims. We'll have 6 heats of the girls' 200 meters for you coming up next on the track for the championship division. They're calling them out for heat number 1 as we speak. The 200-meter dash, an entirely laned race indoors and out, of course. The difference is indoors it is a full lap, whereas outdoors it is half a lap. We've already seen quite a few age group meet records, and this event was part of a freshman triple achieved by Ohio freshman superstar Allie Brediger, who already held Abby Steiner's former freshman record. She tied it in the 60, in fact, and she holds the 24:59 fastest time in Ohio, so that's just part of what we've seen. We saw Amani Moore in the middle school division go 24:73. I mean, that was show-stopping if I had a word to describe it. But that was yesterday. That's old news at this point. The championship division will be all determined by time. Top 8 will advance to a 2-heat final once we return for those finals around the 4 p.m. hour once again. First heat, we'll have Janae Pegram of Durham Striders in 3. Sanaya Dupree running unattached in 4. Lauren Robertson running unattached in 5. And Kendall Smith of Grays Creek on the outside in 6. Looking at Sanaya Dupree, she comes from Pennsauken, New Jersey, a state and school with a lot of history made this season. Siani Wynn has been the name of the game. She has set New Jersey state records in the 60-meter dash this season. She was second in that event at Nike Indoor Nationals. And even broke the state record indoors in the 200 earlier this season of 23:31. This is her teammate in lane number 4, Sanaya Dupree. And in lane number 5, our other unattached athlete, Lauren Robertson. She's a hometown Virginian from Colgan and Manassas. She was 6th and 7th in the 55 and 300 at the Class 6 state meet. Sanaya Dupree's a scratch, so unfortunately no Pennsauken representation here, but going for time, Lauren Robertson, lane 5, 24 low. A very strong run, well beneath her personal best indoors, and even her outdoor windy personal best of 24:38. Her indoor best for perspective was a 24.95 coming in, and she drops that by nearly 3/4 of a second.
Number 2. Then 5 is Tiffany Garrett, East Coast Invite champion. Then 6, Evelyn Anuna, Virginia Regional number 2 to 300.
Up next, it's heat number 2 of the girls' 200-meter dash preliminaries, all based on time, so no official bubble yet. With these 6 heats, I'd imagine a good number of them will be able to secure a second run later in the day. Well, then again, not all of them can, so everybody's got to run their best. Lane 3 looks to be vacant. Lane 4 looks to be vacant, leaving only lanes 5 and 6 filled by Tiffany Garrett. Excuse me. Is it Tiffany Garrett? I'm seeing a Riverdale Baptist jersey. They introduced her as such. She was shuffled into this heat. That must be what happened. As they get underway, Garrett racing against Evelyn Onunga, and yes, they have updated the heat sheets and can confirm that it is Tiffany Garrett, TG, out front. TG could stand for Tiffany Garrett, or perhaps Top Gear, as that's what she's in right now, coming to the line. Could have been 25 flat thereabouts. Let's see just how fast it ultimately was, a 25.29. She'll be taking part in the 60-meter final already, and she just hit a big indoor personal best of 23 hundredths of a second to potentially send herself to another final. Well done, Tiffany Garrett.
Number 3, in lane 3, Zoe Eastman Grossell, unattached. In lane 4, Danielle Perez, Ramsey. Lane 5, Anya Bronson. North Carolina flight.
Time to beat heat number 3 as we shift gears. It looks like our initial start list is fully accurate this time. Lane number 3, we've got Zoe Eastman Grossell. Lane 4, Danielle Perez of Rams Elite. Anya Bronson of North Carolina Flight Club is in 5. And Violet Hewitt of Leander Spartans Track Club is in 6. All 4 of these ladies have run at least once this weekend, so how will they respond with a little bit of fatigue in their legs? Can they use it to their advantage, perhaps? Using their initial runs as a potential warm-up. We'll find out the answers to those theoreticals in around 25 seconds or less. What a start by Anya Bronson of the North Carolina Flight Club. Taking the fight to Violet Hewitt of Leander Spartans from Texas on her outside. It's going to be a battle to the line, all based on time. Got to be careful of the inside lane line as well. Powerful arm action to the line, a mid-24 for the win by North Carolina Flight Club's Anya Bronson. Bronson officially in at 24.59. Big win by Bronson, the senior from Cape Fear out of Fayetteville. She is also going to be competing in the finals for the 60. She was the fastest qualifier in 7:53 for a PR, and she just ran her first sub-25 of the season. You've seen her go 24.35 for outdoor 4th at Adidas, and even 24.50 for 2nd last year, the reigning runner-up. All but certainly going to guarantee her spot in the final as we move forward. Let's meet our next section. This is heat number 4 as they get into their blocks. We've got lane 4. That is Zaira Davis of Arena. Lane 5, Katia Rock of Spire Academy, who had a great run in the 400 yesterday. Rock was demoted to 2nd from her finish last year of 1st, but 54.66 for a huge personal best. She's got to be feeling a little bit tired, you would suspect. Or not. Katia Rock from Spire Academy out of Geneva, Ohio. 24:06, the fastest we've seen her go this indoor season. And off the turn she comes, racing for the line. It was close to a PR. And she got it. 100th of a second off of her fastest time indoors, Katia Rock. Just 400ths off of her outdoor and all-purpose best that she achieved at this meet outdoors. Adidas Track Nationals, reigning 5th place finisher in the 200 meters outdoors. In addition to being a 400 national champion indoors last year, Katia Rock definitely going to be a contender to watch as we continue with our final 2 preliminaries coming up next.
Number 5, Kana Atamu, Alicia Avery, Camille Brown.
In this heat, we've got 3 athletes. Tanda Adamo, Avery Alisea, and Camille Brown. Avery Alisea showing no signs of slowing down. And the Floridian is going to come through for the win in section number 5. Avery Alisea, for the junior from Nice High School in Ponte Vedra, Florida. 25:11. Her winning time. That'll be a PR. Down from her 25:19. It was good enough to place her 12th at indoor states this year. She even tied that outdoors in an early season meet at the Embry-Riddle Eagle Invitational. So 25:11 breaks both those PRs in one race. Huge result for Avery Alisea to set us up for the final section. Hoping to be in that top 8 combined standings. I am not seeing any additional athletes out there, though, so that might as well have been the final section. We'll see who ultimately slots in for the finals once Blue Ridge Timing loads all of them in. And we'll return for the boys' championship prelims of the 200-meter dash in just a couple short minutes. Stick with us on Flow Track and MileSplit.
Coming up next on the track, this will be the first of 12 prelims for our boys championship elite 200 meter dash trials. The top 8 times will advance to the finals held later today. The top 8 times out of these 12 prelims will advance to our 2-heat final later today. In heat 1.
Back on track we go for the boys 200-meter dash championship prelims. A lot tougher to make its final than the girls, that is, as there were only 6 preliminaries for the females. The men have 12. And the same rules apply. You've got to be top 8 overall. And in this first heat, we've got 2 guys out there. In lanes 4 and 5, we got Malachi Williams of Largo. And in lane 5, very familiar with the DMV himself, Terrence Mahomes. Running 1 lap around the track, a good start by Mahomes, who ran both the prelims and the semis of the 60 already. Malachi Williams, though, putting some pressure on him on his inside. This is going to be a great race around the far bend. Williams will have a slight lead off the turn, but Mahomes with the superior downgrade is going to challenge him. Malachi Williams holds on in a high 21, second clocking, crossing the line in 21:52. Mahomes right behind at 21:71. Hey, that is not a bad time to finish second, and Terrence will have to hope that he was good enough to make the final, as he was one spot away from the 60-meter final.
Number 2, lane 2, Marcel Frazier. Lane 5, Eli Klein. Lane 6, Reed Frink.
Going to be filling up the lanes just a little bit more in this next section.
The meet record in this event, 21:16, set in 2021. 21:16, our meet record.
Lanes 2, 5, and 6, so not necessarily a full track, but we've got 3 lanes occupied. Still will not have a bubble time after this heat. 21:71 currently the slowest finishing time that we have. So we'll try and keep watch on that as we go. In lane 2, we got Corzel Frazier of Hampton. In lane 5, the unattached Eli Klein, and Reed Frink of North Brunswick takes lane number 6. As they get underway, Klein had a tough time staying in his lane. A lot of athletes, whether or not they're used to the bank, often get a little shocked once they realize the difficulty of staying in your lane in such a fast sprint, hugging that inside line. Speaking of inside, we got the inside lane, Corzel Frazier from Hampton sneaking by in the all-white with the headband. You'll get an A for style points and get the win in 22:55, overtaking both Klein and Frink in the last 100 meters on the stagger. Very nice run. But as we observe, let's expand upon that a little bit. I've gotten to talk to a number of athletes this season, both foreign and domestic, that are new to indoor track, and especially running on a bank. Let's say it might not be their first experience with an indoor track, but their home track is a gym surface floor in which you can't even wear spikes, let alone expect to run on a bank. When you test that bank for the first time and you get an outside lane, you're so used to, because of those tough surface tracks, leaning so egregiously into those turns that when you do it on a bank track, you might lean a little too far and step on the inside of your lane line. There was no lane violation for Eli Klein, but that was the struggle that we saw up the early start of the race. He rallied very nicely to stay close with the top contenders, but again, look out for that challenge as our guys continue. Realizing that the bank is there for a reason to do that work for you is all part of the learning process. We've got lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Johnny Askew, Prince Thompson, Sir Paul Cheeks, and Jordan Gross. Plenty of familiar names, all back in the 2. Some of these guys have 60s in their legs. Others have 400s in their legs. Meeting in the middle over 200 meters, trying to make the finals on time. The bubble time will be formed after the conclusion of this section, as coming off the turn in the lead in lane number 5, Sir Paul Cheeks at the line. He's going to be very closely challenged by Jordan Gross of Butler, who won his 60-meter semi yesterday. Gross, did he get the lean in this particular prelim? No big cues, but Jordan Gross, 21:57. He got it by 100th over Sir Paul Cheeks. Jordan Gross of Butler, the Ohio State runner-up in the 60, but the Ohio Division II state champion in the OATCCC. 21:53, his PR coming in, just 400ths off of that in a prelim. Ought to be liking his chances to vie for a national title once the finals come later. Heat number 4 is up next.
On your marks.
In here we've got lane 2, Alex Hogan of Cary Track Club. In lane 3, Jalen Turner of Newman Athletic Academy. Lane 4, Anthony Singleton Jr. And in lane 6, Garrett Brennan of Archbishop Spalding as they're called to a quick stand-up. This is the first stand-up call we've had today. Sometimes if we see that an athlete may have unsettled blocks, as we see them removing the blocks for our man in lane number 2, he's going to get a new pair of blocks. That is Alex Hogan of Cary. He felt something unsteady and asked for a new pair. The officials promptly provided him one, and he will have a chance to go again. So Hagen on the inside, Turner in 3, Singleton in 4, and then Garrett Brennan in 6. No lane 5. So a lot to give here.
On your marks.
All about that time. If we had a top seed to pick from this group, Garrett Brennan's 21:91 comes in as a time to aim for. Got to be in the top 8 overall to advance to the finals this afternoon. I'd say sub 22 is a pretty safe bet. We've already had a good number of guys do that, around a handful, as they stay in their lanes. 2 Ben Stagger running 1 lap. Brennan running a lane blind on his outside. And it'll be a lane 6 win for Garrett Brennan of Archbishop Spalding. He comes across the line very swiftly. Let's see if he got his PR. 21:98, just missing it. Around a half-second win, though, over Jalen Turner in second. Archbishop Spalding, of course, a school we know very well here in the DMV, from Severn, Maryland. We got a few other Archbishops in representation. Archbishop Malloy, we've seen the Standard Track Club. As of right now, it's all about Spalding. As far as the latest heat goes, we're going to move on to heat number 5 next. Heat 5 of 12, moving on up. We will have lanes 2 through 6 filled this time, so a perfect attendance rating. It'll be Aaron Waddy on the inside in lane number 2. Bryce Smith of Western Branch in lane number 3. Jason Whitaker of DC International School in 4. Devin Kuwanvi running unattached in 5. And Rakeem Faison from the North Carolina Flight Club in 6. Devin Kuwanvi, an athlete we've gotten to see a number of times. The sophomore coming up from Hewitt-Trussville in Alabama. Let's see what he's got in him. Another stand-up call here. Kuwanvi examining what he's done over the 200 meters. He ran 21:68 at the Homewood Invitational just 9 days ago. So knowing that he can run well in his home state, Ought to give him all the confidence he needs to come here to nationals. This is his first national championship, and he's only a sophomore. Bryce Smith is also a sophomore. He's in lane 3. How will he deal with the pressure? They get underway on the second go. Kawanvi making up some decent ground, but his fellow sophomore, Bryce Smith, the man whom we mentioned only by name, grade, and affiliation, wants to make himself part of the conversation here. He comes on the inside, but here comes the late strength of Devin Kawanvi. He will surge ahead, shushing the crowd for the win. How about that for Devin Kawanvi? 21.81. Just off of his lifetime best. It'll certainly be an indoor best, as he's yet to run an open 2 in this particular discipline. But Devin Kawanvi, he saw that 21 on that clock, and he knew it meant something special. So he chose to silence the haters. Love it. Moving forward to heat number 6. Getting set in their block starts now. This will be the halfway section of the boys 200-meter prelims. And while we're halfway through just about, we've got a couple of updates coming in from the World Championships. Team USA has picked up not 1 but 2 world titles since our last check-in. Josh Hoey winning the 800 meters. Went out hard per our report in a storming first 400 and just held on as Elliot Creston of Belgium reeled him in. But Hoey held on with a 1:44.77. No world record this time around, but his first global title in his first global championship. The other, the men's 4x4, took it home for the Stars and Stripes just a day after completing the individual sweep. In lanes 2, 3, 5, and 6, Devin Smiley, Colby Creer, Maddox White, and Erla Rutan. Smiley making up some ground from Turner Ashby on the extreme inside. He'll have to race it out with Colby Creer for potentially third in this heat. That is, if he's unable to catch Maddox White of St. Christopher's in lane 5. Maddox White just holds off the charging Araya Rutan on his outside. Will be good enough to take the win in 22.30. A nice run by Maddox White from St. Christopher's out of Richmond. He's already run the 60 this season. That was his first 200 of the indoor season. He's already got an independent school state title in VA for the 300-meter dash. And he just secured a big indoor season best, hoping that it is good enough to place him top 8. It's going to be difficult, as we've had a number of sub-22s give themselves slightly better chances of advancing, but we'll see. I feel like that's been a common sentiment that we've expressed this season. Let's see, we'll see. That's just a testament to the unpredictability of our sport, is it not? I mean, think about it. We've seen all sorts of events like the shuttle hurdle relay where we can look at it, we can look at the teams, we can look at the seedings, but truly we never know what is going to happen until the race is run. And so we shall see. Moving forward, let's introduce heat number 7. In lane number 2, James McLean of Pirate Nation. In lane 3, the unattached Kyler Stinson. Lane 5, Claude Spillman of Louisville Extreme. And in 6 is Spencer Harvey of Leander Spartans. Stinson and Spillman, both sophomores in 3 and 5. McLean and Harvey, both seniors in 2 and 6. Here we go. Sub 22 ought to be the goal here. To get to that line as quick as possible. Rounding the far bend. Claude Spillman makes up the ground. Does he have enough to get to the line? It's close, very close.
Very close at the line.
He was challenged every step of the way. Look at that, 2170 to 2171. As Harvey comes across in second. A great run by Spencer on the outside. The Texan with a phenomenal close. He and his 4x2 ran very well last night in the race with the Bullis School. And Harvey is in an interesting situation because Terrence Mahomes from the opening heat already clocked to 2171. And so he'll have to hope that his decimal down to the thousandth was faster in case those two come in conflict for a spot in the top 8. Just 5 heats remaining, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Section number 8 descending into their starting positions. We've got Sebastian Calderon of Seaforth in 2. Josiah Jackson running unattached in 3. Amari Gow of the Speed Team in 4. And in lane number 6 is Dominic Harper of the Carolina Trackhawks. Harper in the overall competition is the top seed. Look out for him in all white. He has run very fast this season. The senior from Garner, North Carolina, 21-24 in his prelim at New Balance just last week. And around the far turn, he has a big lead on the stagger. Dominic Harper powering down the straightaway. Low 21 once again in his prelim at Adidas. How fast was it? Looking at the clock, Dominic Harper, 21:36. And he looked like he had plenty more left to give. We've seen him set PRs over the 300 as well. He took second at the North Carolina State meet in that distance, and he has set the tone here at the prelims of the 300. Dominic Harper, the future University of Houston Cougar, will certainly factor once he reaches the final. The ultimate question is who's going to join him, of course. If we look at our early scored heats, so far on Blue Ridge Timing, our first 5 sections have been scored, and our 8th fastest time was Bryce Smith's 22:46. There have been a number of times that have eclipsed that since, though, and so we'll have to see if anybody else can join him. We've had 3 heats take place since, and a number of sub-22s, including in that heat, so we will continue to update you on the status moving forward. Boys Championship 200-meter prelims rolling along. With section number 9. Lane 3. We had Mackay Foster on schedule. Looks like there's been a shuffle of lanes. Aiden Seiden of DC International School has been moved out of lane, and Alexandro Innocent is running unattached on the outside in 5. Alexandro Innocent will take the win in this section as he comes down the straightaway. Going for time, it'll be in the high 22s, so not going to make the final as far as that is concerned, but navigating a pretty thin race. Not much competition to push him other than Seiden himself. 22.87, and a win in his heat. Ought to be all that Innocent could ask for. Great job by Alexandro. He comes from North Carolina as well, the junior from Goldsboro. And he's already had a pretty solid start to his outdoor season as well. 10:44 over the 100 meters. He's going to be a major factor moving forward. Next up, we move forward to heat number 10. Looks like they have skipped heat number 10. This will be heat number 11, as the 10th heat was only scheduled to run Josiah Moon, and he did not show. This heat will be a section of just 2 athletes on schedule as heat number 11. Though it is only our 10th race, we're going to call heat 11. It'll be Tim Snow of DC International in 4 and Jabari Wilson of Speed Evolutions. He'll be in lane number 5. Let's see how fast they can go. Speed and time are of the essence. Wilson, our top seed in this heat, at 22:15. Snow with some catching to do as they head around the far bend. Jabari Wilson will take the win this time around, rocking that white armband on the left sleeve. Sprinting through. Should be in the 22s here. 22:90 for Jabari Wilson. And 24:36, a little PR in second for Tim Snow as he came in seated at 24:74.
Lane 2 will be Brenton Baker. Lane 4, Noah Hospitals. Lane 5, Carson Edwards.
We got some real players to watch in this 12th preliminary section. This is our final heat, so our final chance to make the finals as of right now through our scored sections. Still only the first 5 accounted for in Blue Ridge timing, so we don't have an official bubble time for you. But we do have an official start list for you, and on the line we've got Brenton Baker running in lane number 2, the North Carolina A&T commit, 2-time New York high jump state champion, took 3rd at nationals just last night. Lane number 4, Noah Hospitalis from Acceleration Nation, rocking that bright orange. Acceleration Nation coming from Waldorf, Maryland, with a slightly brighter shade of orange than the University of Texas colors. Shout out to all of our Flow Track fans back home in Austin, Texas. And in lane number 5, we've got the champion of the District of Columbia, Carson Edwards of the Field School. He will certainly be a factor in this race, as we've seen, making the 60-meter finals, wants to make the 200 finals. They get underway for the final time in our 200-meter prelims. Baker making up some great ground. The Panther from Sweet Home out of the Buffalo area. But Carson Edwards will lead coming around the far turn, staying in their lanes the whole way around. Edwards, great form, great execution. Upper 21 for Carson. And Noah Hospitalis will hold on for second of the heat. 21.82 for Carson Edwards. The final winning time of the 200-meter championship prelims. Carson Edwards assessing that in comparison to his previous indoor best. That is a season best for the senior from Field. Just a few tenths off of his 21.56 indoor best. An all-purpose outdoor PB of 21.48. See if he has a chance to increase his time in the finals or take the win in the 60. We're going to be on pause for a minute in between now and then, though, as we've got around 14 minutes between now and the next event, the 200-meter girls national elite preliminaries. We have got a lot of laps coming your way. 27 when we return in just a few minutes from Adidas Track Nationals.
Texas Pressure, her second best mark at 16 feet 7 and a half inches, 5 meters 7, with Kylie Payne from the Durham Striders, your third best mark at 16 feet 7 inches, 5 meters 6. For the freshman boys long jump, they're in their fifth jumps. Quincy Gilmore, Board Track Club, your top mark, 21 feet 3 inches, 6 meters 48. Nasir Diggs of the speed team, your second best mark at 20 feet 5 and a quarter inch, 6 meters 23. With Devon Price for War Hill, your third best mark at 19 feet 10 inches, 6 meters 5. Championship finals for the boys shot put completed the top 3 marks. It was Shan Stewart, your champion from Norfolk Academy at 58 feet 9 and a half inches, 17 meters 92. Alexander Johnson from Essex High School, your second best mark at 58 feet 4 and 3/4 of an inch, 17 meters 80. With Aiden Cho completing and attached your third best mark, 56 feet 6 and a half inches, 17 meters 24. Mentioned coming up at 11 a.m. we will have the championship finals for the girl pole vault, U.S. number 1 and U.S. number 2 in this event. As mentioned earlier, Anna Grace of Coastal Christian High School, your best mark in the country at 14 feet 6 inches. Veronica Baca from Mount St. Joseph, your second best mark at 14 feet 4 inches. Both of this competition, they'll be going head to head. Of course, we'll have a stellar field with 19 scheduled athletes
Who's ready for some more 200s? I know I am. Hope you are too. 27 girls heats coming at you for the girls' national elite preliminaries of the 200-meter dash from Adidas Track Nationals. Carson Gambaro, happy to welcome you back on Flow Track on MileSplit. We're so happy to have you here with us this fine morning. Sunday, day 3 of 3, and we are still live on our free preview of YouTube as well. If you're watching on our free live stream, be sure to say hello. Let us know what athletes you are looking forward to watching today and what event, what time, where you're from, all that general stuff. We'd love to break the ice with each and every one of our fans that we get the chance to. And if we're unable to do so in this fashion, we'd, of course, love connecting with you on social media. Let's say if you got your hands on one of the fancy book bags for Adidas Track Nationals, snap a picture of it, tag us at Flow Track, at MileSplit, or at A-Track Nationals, our weekend social partner for the entire weekend. Again, snap your picture with your book bag, tag us on Instagram stories, and we will be sure to repost you when we get the chance. Get those pics up as soon as you can. As our social team, they've got a busy, busy day, if I were to tell you. They've had a busy weekend. In case you've yet to see, we've got a Bullis second chance feature on last night's national record attempts. The girls got it done in 26 in the 4x2, and the boys just missed it at 124.66. U.S. number 2 all time. 3 in terms of overall performance. This is the girls' National Elite 200. We've got Caitlin Kinch, Haven Cranford, Ariana Malcolm, Dylan Blair, and Micaiah Johnson. So this will be the first time we've seen lane 1 used as far as our 200-meter series goes. They reserved lanes 2 through 6 for the championship prelims, but for national elites, they're opening it up. And lane 1 is in with a shot gear. That's Caitlin Kinch of Falcons Elite. She is in a 3-way tussle for the line. I think she might have gotten it. Caitlin Kinch out of Falcons Elite. We had Johnson from Warren close on the outside. She ultimately just got the lean, 26-26 to 26-27. Wow. Top 8 times will ultimately advance to the finals later today. Could that 100th be the difference maker? We'll see. Good run as well by Ariana Malcolm of Team Ontario. She ended up placing 3rd.
Currently underway championship finals for the girls shot put. Your best mark held by Leslie Burton so far. Top speed track club, 36 feet 10.5 inches, 11 meters 24. Megan Ewers of college prep, second best mark, 36 feet, 9.5, 11 meters 22. With Leah Williams from Manor, your third best mark at 36 feet 9.25 inches, 11 meters 21.
Getting underway with Heat 2, all 6 lanes filled. It's Olivia Patterson, Kennedy Williams, Joanna Washington, Kendra Jewell, Idrea Caldwell, and Kyra Williams. Man, lane 1 is really running fast today. Olivia Patterson of Mountain Island Charter is in the mix as she comes off the turn with only Kyra Williams to challenge her for the win. Williams of Clover Hill gets the dub in lane number 6, heat number 2. 25-64, taking the lead in the overall preliminary standings.
In number 3, lane 1, Sahana McLeod, Harding University. Lane 3, Cadence Walters, Apex. Lane 5, Sydney Watson, unattached. Lane 6, Lela Hawkins, Courageous.
Up next standing, awaiting the starting commands, getting a couple chances to practice their starts. We've got our third section. In lane 1, Sahana McLeod of Harding University. In lane 3, Cadence Waters of Apex. In lane 4, Anisha Hall of Track 757. She looks to be a scratch. Sydney Watson running unattached is in 5, and Layla Hawkins of Courageous on the outside in 6. Heat number 3 is underway of the girls' 200-meter dash, National Elite Prelims. So far, 25-64, the fastest time that we've seen. That was by Kyra Williams in the previous heats. Coming off the turn, this is Sydney Watson. She will cruise through for the victory. Watson home in another 25.
Sydney Watson, 25-68.
25-68 for Sydney Watson. Just 400ths away from the time that we saw to win heat number 2 by the aforementioned Kyra Williams of Clover Hill.
Heat number 4, Basira Mobley of Smithfield.
Watson coming over from St. Charles High School in Waldorf, Maryland. She was just 1,400ths away from her indoor personal best of 25:54 there at the International Showcase in New York at Ocean Breeze. She's run as quickly as 25:57 as well outdoors, so can she drop a potential another 25.5 or lower if she gets the chance to run in the finals? Who else will give themselves a chance to run in the finals? We've got still 24 heats left. This is section 4 of 27. In this heat, section 4, Tucker, Ross, Onakanmi, Cooch, and Dudley. The outside 3 showing strongest as they come to the line. A late surge out of lane 5 by Dominika Cooch will take the win in section number 4. Dominika Cooch coming up from Sevier County High School out of Sevierville, Tennessee. A very strong meet showing for her as she will win it in 26:19. She ran this event at indoor states, placing 9th in the volunteer state. Dominika Cooch, your latest winner. 26:19. Will that factor in the finals? Again, top 8. Doesn't matter what heat you're in. Speaking of heats, we got another one coming at you. This is Section 5, and it's only 2 athletes large in 2 and 3. Lauren Edwards of Arena in 2, and Lily Metcalf running unattached in 3. Here we go, section number 5. Metcalf gets a great start. Edwards with some ground to make up. Let's see if she's got the finish in the back half of the race, but as of right now, Metcalf looking uncatchable. Lily Metcalf coming around the far turn. Her supporters cheering her on from the stands. Metcalf threw in a high 26. A great run for Lily. A senior from Lafayette out of Lexington, Kentucky. With a huge surge. 26:64, just a few tenths off of her indoor personal record of 26:33. She beats her outdoor best by a large margin. And that'll be her second fastest 200 meters ever run. Good job, Lily. Who is up next, you might ask? Heat number 6 of the girls' national elite 200 meters. We're expected to continue with this grouping until 11:50. It's very likely that we'll finish our 27 heats before 66 minutes from now, I'd imagine. So by all means, if you've got time either in between heats or in between divisions, be sure to grab a beverage, grab a snack, or maybe do a few push-ups while you're watching our broadcast of the Adidas Indoor Nationals 2025. Moving on to heat number 6 of the girls' national elite prelims. We got a double gun this time. We'll see if there was any early movement. Starters going to get together and have a conversation about this. We'll see what the Redcoats have to say. I see a yellow card in hand. I see a red card in the other hand. Which will it be? Starter walking the lane number 2, showing the yellow card. So we should be good to go. That was Erin Stewart of St. Paul's School. Official having one final word with her, allowing her to continue. Big break for the senior. And the rest of the field will get to go. Let's meet them. Tanea Watson of CMIT in 1. Stewart, the yellow card recipient, in 2. Lane 4. Justina Gray from M-City Speed. Yet another component of that storming 4x2 that we saw a couple of nights ago. Earlier this season, in fact, they've focused more on individual efforts. The team from Middletown, New York. This weekend, that is. But they've really put together some great times in the sprints. Ruth McGee of Centerville, Ohio, is in 5. And Riley Fisher, running unattached, is on the outside in 6. Gun is up, fired, and they are away cleanly this time. Great start on the inside by Tanea Watson of CMIT. She's made up the stagger on her outside, Erin Stewart. And in the middle of the track in lane number 4, here comes the Midi Bear from Middletown, repping M-City Speed, Justina Gray. Can she catch up to Riley Fisher on her outside? Fisher in lane 6. Coming to the line, Riley Fisher holds on. 25:77 for Riley Fisher. How about that for the senior from Independence High School out of Thompson Station, Tennessee. Just 800ths away from her personal best. It placed her 13th at States just over a month ago. She even placed 11th in the 400, doing the double at Tennessee Indoor States. That, of course, took place at the oversized track at Vanderbilt in Nashville. But here on the banks of the Virginia Beach Sports Center, she's given herself a great chance to make the National Elite Final. Now into the final 21 heats we go. Section 7 is up next. All 6 lanes filled here. It is Ayla Johnson in 1. Ayasia Zachary in 2. Sarah Taylor in 3. Kara Doyle-Bent in 4. Brianna Delbridge in 5. And Gracie Miller in 6. Underway, here we go with the 7th heat. Each athlete with their own lane and only 1 lap to contend. Grace Miller of Thunder Basin has gotten a great start. Repping Gillette, Wyoming. Coming all the way to the East Coast. Can she get the win in this heat? It's going to be close. She's racing for home, and she gets it done. Grace Miller from Thunder Basin across the line first. Held off the charging Kara Doyle-Bent of Team Ontario, whose crowd, just as we've seen for the first 2 days of Nationals, has brought the A game in terms of support and participation, but just not enough to take the win in this heat. 26:06, the winning time for Grace Miller from Wyoming.
Number 8, Sophia Herrera, St. Paul's. Dion Christian, unattached. Ayana Brown, Full Speed Athletics. Gabriel Harris, West Georgia Jets.
Section number 8 is ready to go. Sophia Herrera of St. Paul's School. Dea Krishnan unattached. Iona Brown, Full Speed. Deona Gaines Scarborough, Bull City Express. She's a vacancy in 5. And Gabrielle Harris of West Georgia Jets is on the outside in 6. Lane 6 has been the golden lane rather recently. You saw lane 1 putting on some early challenges. No representation in this particular section. It's going to be another wire-to-wire blind victory for lane number 6. This time issued by Gabrielle Harris of the West Georgia Jets.
Gabrielle Harris, 25-67.
A 25-67 for the young lady from Columbus. Gabrielle, of course, a great name to have as far as being a 200-meter sprinter goes. Gabrielle Thomas, better known as Gabby, won the Olympic title this past outdoor season in Paris, albeit with the absence of Jamaican sprint star Sharika Jackson. But nonetheless, Gabby got her global hardware that she knew she could get. And Gabrielle Harris, she's gotten herself some significant accolades to her own. The Western Carolina commit will be getting ready to take her talents to the collegiate level once her high school days are done. She's given herself a chance to make the final in the National Elite Division here at Adidas Section 9 coming up next on the track. Here we go after a long hold. It's Dejanay Long, Shania McGann, and then Zariah Brown, Zelaya Ramsey, and Amara Crabb. Your field with a lot to determine. It is Crabb of West Catholic coming off of the turn narrowly in front. Look out for Zelaya Ramsey of Clover Hill, putting on a very strong finish, but Crabb holds on the outside. She definitely felt the pressure on her inside and responded, getting herself to the line in 25.01 seconds. How about that for Amara Crabb, who was a freshman Adidas national champion just a year ago. How about that? Over the 60-meter hurdle, she steps it up in her sophomore year to run the 200 meters at a new lifetime indoor best of 25.26 down to 25.01. That is very impressive. She broke 25 in the outdoor season in her 9th grade campaign. But Amara Crabb has given herself a chance to continue her PR train at the Virginia Beach Sports Center, bringing us to the double digits of 200-meter sections. This is the National Elite Division. London Perry, Ava Johnson, Brianna Cleary, and Layla Evans. Away at the response of the gun. Great reaction by Layla Evans of Cleveland Heights. Let's see if she can get away from the rest of the field. The Ohio native looking strong off the turn. Running through the line, another 25 high clocking here. It'll be a 25.79 for Layla Evans from Believeland Heights. And we've seen the Ohio sprinters really bring their best. Layla Evans in her senior year, coming off of a 9th place finish at the OAT CCC Indoor Division I State Championships in this event. Just ran one of her fastest times of the season. 25:40, her season and personal best. We'll see if she can carry that through potentially to the finals. The bubble time for the championship division of the girls 200-meter dash for those curious. Ultimately, ended up being a 25-29 by Tiffany Garrett of Riverdale Baptist School. If you'd like to see the full list of qualifiers for both championship divisions, you can do so on Blue Ridge Timing. They've got them up there for your easy and instant access. Let's see who's going to make the final for the girls' National Elite Prelims. No official bubble time as everything is updating in live fashion. We are on section number 11 of 27. Still with just over 50 minutes of back-to-back girls 200s. Coming around the turn, a great run between lanes 5 and 6. This is going to be tight at the line. 6 prevails. That is Harris of Leander Spartans.
Maya Harris, 25-46.
Maya Harris, the freshman, going 25-46. How about that for the youngster from the Lone Star State? She attends St. Dominic Savio Catholic High School. She's gone a little bit quicker this outdoors season, but as far as indoors goes, she has gone 25-76, so an indoor PR for Maya Harris.
Deidre Ruse, Notre Dame Prep. Trinity Miles, Apex. Kayla Ivey, Courageous. Isaiah Jefferson, Carolina Crackhawks.
Heat 12 coming up next.
Miles, Ivey, Jefferson, and Tucker. Isaiah Jefferson, 25-30.
Another scorcher in heat number 12. That was 25-30 by Asia Jefferson of the Carolina Trackhawks. 25-30 to win section number 12.
Heat 13, Nicole Racer unattached.
Can't believe it took me 3 days to whip out the Italiano. But here we are. We are vibing. We are at the 11 o'clock hour. Can you believe that we've only got 7 hours of coverage remaining today? Only sounds like a bit of a stretch when you consider 7 hours a long time, but for us, it is no time. It flies by like you wouldn't believe. It felt like just yesterday we were flying in from separate corners of the country, driving in from separate corners of the Commonwealth of Virginia to get here to bring you the action. And here we are, just a few hours away from saying goodnight, but we are saying good morning once again to our audience. If you're just joining us, we are midway through the 200-meter series of National Elite. This is the second highest overall seeded division, and we're looking to send the top 8 combined athletes from the 27 sections to the finals. Getting underway. Looks like lanes 1, 2, 3, and 6. Nicole Razor, McKaylee Kaur, Jalalong, and Trinity Dickens. Dickens on the outside has the advantage, and she will maintain the advantage as they come into frame into the finish. And see what that time was. It looked like another 24 or 25. 25.72, yes. Trinity Dickens. good run by the junior from Elizabeth Seton, the Roadrunner from Bladensburg, Maryland. Just hit an indoor personal best, down from her 25.83, achieved back just over a month ago at the Garden State Open in New York City at the Armory. 25.7 for the very first time on an indoor 200-meter track.
Heat 14, Michelle Baker on attack.
Section 14 is coming up next. We've got another great group of athletes coming up, setting up in their lane assignments. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 this time. Michelle Baker in 1. Malia Moten in 2. Olivia Bomer from Crofton in 3. Charisse Ryan in 4 from Cleveland High School out of Tennessee. On the outside in 5, Anaya Charlton will be running unattached. Heat 14 to 27, officially more than halfway through our 200-meter National Elite preliminaries. Down the back straightaway. Pretty even between lanes 3, 4, and 5. That is Bomer, Ryan, and Charlton, respectively. But Anaya Charlton pulls away in the second half of the race to win Section 14 in a low 25. Anaya Charlton, 25-27. She comes from Ohio in Trinity High out of Garfield Heights. And she was just 200ths away from her indoor personal best of 25-25 that placed her third at the Ohio OATCCC Division III State Championships. She took 5th at Adidas Nationals in the 100 outdoors and 15th in the 200 as well. Her first time competing at Adidas Indoor Nationals. So far off to a pretty good start as we get ready for our 15th section. Being called quickly into their starting positions. Just lanes 3 and 5 here. And it'll be Jayla Antrim of Avon in 3 and Malia Curry from Leander Spartans in 5. So we got Ohio against Texas here. And so far it's the Spartan from the Lone Star State. Out of Leander. Making the earliest impression, Malia Curry. Coming off of the turn with a commanding advantage, Curry to the line. She'll be in the 25 highs here. A great time for Curry. 25-55. Great result there. And Curry, if we compare that to what she has done, she's only a sophomore. That was her third fastest 200 meters of the entire indoor season. And that was in a preliminary run. Huge shout out to the sophomore from TX. 16 of 27 is up next. Keep in mind we've got over 45 minutes to complete these next 12 sections. So it's very likely that we're going to have another break. And when we do so, we'll have to assess and see what field events are happening. We apologize to our live chat commenters. We were unable to bring you long jump coverage in between 200-meter preliminary rounds. But to give you a bit of an update, if we've got one on Blue Ridge timing, the long jump has been in full swing this Sunday morning. We've also got field live results, and the freshman long jump has been going. Jayla Woods has the lead at 18 feet. It looks like she will be our long jump champion, winning by over a foot with her best attempt, coming within 4 inches of the meet record And for the boys freshman long jump, Quincy Gilmer of War Track Club in 21'3". That's your field report, your field update as we move on to the 16th preliminary round of the girls' National Elite 200. Let's join them on the back straight away. We've got 6 lanes filled. This is going to be an exciting race to the line. Who is going to get it coming off of the turn? In lane number 5, moving ahead, proving herself to be the class of the field is Shania Shirley in the all-black kit. Running unattached, 25.66 for the senior from William A. Hugh from Cornelius, North Carolina. As far as indoor bests go, she gets one by automatic, as she has never run an indoor 200 meters raw before. So Shania Shirley will get a big victory. She's run some pretty fast 300s and 55s this season, setting PRs in both events, including the 3 at the VA Showcase. So she's got speed and speed endurance. She brought both to the table in that latest run. Heat 17. Here we go, section 17. Looks like we got lanes 2, 4, 5, and 6 this time. Izzy Spillman, Harper Carrier, Anaya Hedspeth, and Mia Williams from Fort Mill. She's on the outside with an arrow lead around the turn. Hedspeth, though, from Full Speed Athletics is going to make it close. This one's going to go to the photo for sure. Hedspeth gets it in 25.42 by just a very narrow margin of .01. And we got an important update for you regarding our closing act of Day 3 of Adidas Track Nationals from the head coach himself of Carolina Trackhawks. They will be attempting to break the meet record, giving you a sense of what that would entail. The boys 4x400 meter relay championship meet record at Adidas Nationals is held by IMG Elite of 3:13.33. Carolina Trackhawks will be in the third and final heat, and they'll be anchored home by the man who had the fastest time in the boys 200 meter prelims, Dominic Harper. Definitely make sure you look out for that later. We may have to be assessing a possibility for an all-purpose North Carolina state record, too. It won't count towards high school state records, as Carolina Trackhawks is a club compiling multiple sprinters from across the Tar Heel state, but still would be good to assess just for historic purposes. Let's resume focus, though, with our 18th section, 25.01, the fastest that we've seen. Again, that was by Amara Crabb of West Catholic. Heat 18 on the track. Victoria Batiste, Ella Baker, Milan Worthy, Cameron Wilson, and Dalen Jones. It was Milan Worthy, Cameron Wilson, and Dalen Jones in lanes 4, 5, and 6. It'll be a battle between Wilson and Jones for the line. Cameron Wilson from Leander Spartans makes the late surge to get the job done. 24.87. The Leander Spartans crowd can't get enough of it. What a run by Cameron Wilson. 24 seconds indoors, that is legit. She's already broken 12 in the 100 outdoors and 25 as well, but to do it indoors, she had never done so before. 25.04 was her PR coming in. And the junior from Liberty Hill, Texas, repping the Leander Spartans here at Adidas, has set the new fastest time, just 22 hundredths away from her lifetime all-purpose best. She'll need a 24.65 in the finals if she wants to break that, but keep in mind there are some other speedsters that will be looking to join her and some of our other low 25 sprinters as well. Heat number 19 is on track in their lanes. Looking at who we got here, I'm almost positive all 6 lanes will be used this time. In lane 1, we've got Serena Matzi running unattached. In lane 2, Nalani Armstrong of Riverdale Baptist. She'll be wearing their navy blue dominant kits. We've seen a lot of their golden kits, but Armstrong will be wearing the blue. Cadence Collicher from Leander Spartans. She saw what her teammate just did, and she'll be looking to deliver a strong effort out of lane number 3. Look out for Cadence in the center of the track. Look out as well for Serenity Johnson of Adrenaline Track Club. She'll be in lane number 4. Repping Wilmington, Delaware. Cadence Daniels of Kinston Spirits in 5. And Juliana Remersma will be running unattached in 6. Remersma, future St. John Fisher College Cardinal. St. John Fisher University, that is. There was a quick callback. She nearly stumbled on the outside there. It was hard to tell if there was any early movement. Will all 6 lanes be filled by the conclusion of this verdict? All of the athletes awaiting the starter's decision. An unfortunate red card for lane number 2, a disqualification for Nalani Armstrong. Back to Juliana Remersma. She's made a very lengthy trip here. The girl in lane 6 from Mariah Bouquet Valley from way up north in New York State. We're talking about upstate New York, of course, in the Adirondack region. As we mentioned, she's already got a Division III collegiate commitment secured to St. John Fisher University. Let's see how fast she can go here. How about Cadence Daniels from Kinston Spirits? Here she goes out of lane number 5. She's already made up the stagger and pulling away from those on her inside. This is going to be a very fast run for Cadence Daniels. She'll come to the line in a 25 low. Pulling Serenity Johnson of Adrenaline Track Club from Wilmington, Delaware across the line in close pursuit, 25.29. The official winning time for Cadence Daniels. Johnson in 2nd, Remersma in 3rd, and Matzi in 4th. We are officially in our 2nd decade of 200-meter series for the National Elite Girls Prelims. Still got about 35 minutes to conduct these next 8 sections. Taking our sweet old time if we adhere to the schedule. AdidasTFNationals.com if you'd like to refer to the comprehensive day-by-day track and field schedule. But if we refer to our latest start list, we'll have Imani Gross of Largo in lane number 1, Jada Lee of John Marshall in lane number 2. Lane number 3 looks to be vacant. Lane 4 isn't. It is occupied by Taya Mack of Spire Academy, Ohio. Lane 5 also in absence, leaving Potomac Falls Madison Wanza running blind on the outside in 6. Heat 20 of 27 in the girls' 200-meter National Elite Prelims. Here we go. So far, only one sub-25. Could we potentially get some more? I saw Wanza drifting a little bit on the inside of 6, but she stays in her lane on the backstretch, reestablishes herself. Taya Mack of Spire Academy giving her a good challenge in lane number 4. As coming around to turn it into the straightaway. She'll have to vie it out for second. As Wanza takes the win. Madison Wanza in a 26.08. Good run by the senior of Potomac Falls. Running blind is such a psychological challenge for any sprinter. Whenever I bring up that concept, I like to flash it back to Wade Van Niekerk at the 2016 Rio Olympic Games when he drew lane number 8 in the men's Olympic 400-meter final, yet still went faster than anybody has ever gone before over a raw out lap. 43.03, holding off Karani James and LaShawn Merritt. And though this past Olympics yielded 5 men sub-44 in one race, I would argue that that Rio final still remains as one of the greatest quarter-mile clashes that we have ever seen. And it just goes to show you the mental resolve that you need to summon up when you don't have those competitors to chase on your inside. When you pass up competitors on your outside, speaking from experience, it gives you a little jolt of adrenaline. It's that psychological factor that can feed into your sprinting arsenal. And when you don't have that, it's tough. It's tough out there in lane number 6. Madison Wanza got it done, though, in heat number 20. Running in lane number 21. Let's meet our field once again. Lane 2, Favor Olalapo of CMIT. Nayana Watson in 3 from Rams Elite. In 4 is Alexis Shelton of Port Clinton. In lane 5, Kennedy Hinton of the Carolina Trackhawks. And on the outside, with the challenge of running blind, will be Renaya Corbin of Parkside High School. And though she'll have that challenge, she runs the exact same distance as all the other competitors. So really, the conditions are equal. Let's see who ultimately navigates this lap the fastest. So far, Hinton looking good in the red of Carolina Trackhawks. Alexis Shelton, one on her inside from Port Clinton, giving chase as they come around the far turn. It'll be the Trackhawk from Carolina, Kennedy Hinton, to the line in a 25 mid performance. She'll take heat number 21 at a 25:39. Kennedy Hinton from Cleveland High School in Clayton, North Carolina. I may have identified a Cleveland High School as being from Tennessee earlier, and I was correct on that. The difference is Kennedy Hinton is representing Carolina Trackhawks. That just simply happens to be the institution that she attends for high school. And as for her 200-meter personal bests, she was pretty darn close to that. As far as indoors, she'll get one. And outdoors, her fastest is 25:01 with a little bit of wind in her back. She didn't need any of that here today. So, heat number 22 is up next. In lane number 1, we've got Maya Owuro of St. Vincent Pallotti. In lane number 3, Tanaya Hayden of Madison Central. Lane 4, Lauren Pace of Riverdale Baptist. She'll be dangerous. And in lane number 5, also dangerous from the Leander Spartans Track Club, is Chase Madison Hare, just a freshman. Competing for a top 8 combined standing and spot in the National Elite Final. Heading onto the back straightaway, look at the freshman go. She's got the challenge of running blind from lane number 5, and Chase Madison Hare will lead. Coming into the final 50 meters, descending the slope of the Virginia Beach Sports Center and running through the line. Chase Madison Hare looked like she backed off a little bit at the end, but still wins in 25:53. She was 5th in her preliminary run yesterday for the 60-meter dash. And as for what she's done over the 200-meter distance, that was not a bad run for her at all in the 25.5s. Just around a half second within her personal record, so we know she saved some gears whether or not she makes the final. She could have some other events to look forward to. Of course, the 60-meter final is probably fresh and pressing in her mind, and she should be mighty energized by the fact that she's already broken 12 seconds in the 100. She's run as quickly as 11:97 back as a 7th grader in 2023. And she even ran an 11:98 with some wind in the very early stages of her freshman outdoor campaign. That's Chase Madison Hare from Leander Spartans, who just won heat number 22. Now that we've got that contextualized, let's meet heat 23. Lane 2, Tyler Cubbage of the Stewsers. Lane 3, Galia Cohen of the Gazelles. Lane 4, Ryan Johnson of Riverdale Baptist. Lane 5, Ayani Patterson of Carolina Trackhawks. Lane 6, Kanaya Irvin of Full Speed Athletics. Your 23rd section. Of the girls 200. Stagger starting to unwind in favor of lane 5. Once again, Ayani Patterson down the back straightaway, having already passed up. Irvin on her outside. Look out for Ryan Johnson, one on her inside from Riverdale Baptist in the gold. But she's got a lot of catching to do, as taking the win in the upper 25, Ayani Patterson from Carolina Trackhawks, 25:52 to Johnson's 26 flat. Patterson, the senior from Willow Spring out of Fuquay Arena, a great sprinter and long jumper. Ran as quickly as 39:08 in the indoor season for the 200, and she just tied her outdoor 200-meter personal best. Exceptional running by Ayani Patterson. Just 4 heats to go. Heat number 24 is on the track. We've got in lane number 2, LaShawn Jones of North Carolina Flight Club. Lane 3, Cadence Menifee running unattached. Lane 4, Naima Francis from M-City Speed. Lane 5, Serenity Harvey of Dunamis Track Club. Madison Veal of War takes lane number 6 in your 4th to final heat. Still only one athlete has broken the 25-second barrier thus far. We'll see if we can get any more here. A great start by Serenity Harvey, the senior from Dunamis, moving well down the back straightaway. Now coming around the far turn, still with the advantage. Naima Francis trying to get into the shakeup for second, but into the home straightaway. It'll be, yes, sub 25 for Serenity Harvey. 24:79, the new fastest time, and that is a new lifetime indoor best. For the girl who took 8th in the 200 at Outdoor Nationals last year, just missed advancing out of the prelims at Outdoor Nationals, a multi-time state champion in North Carolina 2A, has given herself a shot to become a National Elite Adidas Nationals champion.
Brooklyn unattached.
Serenity Harvey, the native of Whiteville, North Carolina, representing Dunamis with great pride and prowess. Moving on, heat number 25 on the track. We're going to have just 3 athletes out there. Brooke Lynn running unattached in 3. Chloe Thomas also running unattached in 4. And then Nadi Paku, repping the Carolina Trackhawks, takes lane number 5.
Thomas, Paco, and Milan.
Section 25 is going to come down to a final sprint between lanes 4 and 5, and surging at the end, it'll be Paku. Wipes the sweat off her brow as she comes across the line in 25:48. A solid win and really pulled away in that last 50 meters. Chloe Thomas takes second in 25:79 with just 2 heats to go. Top 8 is where you got to be.
E26, Juliana Sullivan.
If we have a compiled standing right now, we can refresh our live results feed and see that of the scored heats thus far, our top times are 25:39 or better. Kennedy Hinton of the Carolina Trackhawks currently has the bubble, so that's what we're going to assess moving forward in these final 2 heats. 25:39, remember that time. Heat 26 on the track. Lanes 2 through 5. Jilliana Sullivan, Trey Bird, Kennedy Hayward, and Jayla Carruthers. They're underway at the first gun. Very nice and even start. Now starting to get into her running. Onto the back straightaway first. In lane number 5, rocking that gold kit, Jayla Carruthers. She'll have the lead in the final 100 meters. Stagger continuing to unwind around this second bend. It'll be Trey Bird of War getting into the mix for second, but running away for the victory, it's Jayla Carruthers, track 7.57. Needed a 25:39 to advance. She'll be just outside of that, 25:76.
And now the final heat.
Just 1 heat to go and 1 more opportunity to make those finals. We'll read you your full list of qualifiers once that is ultimately determined.
Jane Bailey unattached, Priscilla Hilton.
And we're going to have some superstar sprinters in this division for sure.
Panthers and Harper Latham, Middle School.
Let's meet the field in this section. Lane number 3 will go to Jade Bailey. She's running unattached. M-City Speeds, Priscilla Hilton takes lane number 4. She's just a sophomore, a senior from TCK Elite Panthers. The Ohio native from Huber Heights, repping the track club from Dayton. It is Tiara Brandon Patrick who had the fastest semifinal of the 16-meter qualifiers for this National Elite Division. Look out for her in 5, and Harper Latham of the Hill School from Pottstown, PA, in lane number 6. Here they go. Latham with a strong start, but Brandon Patrick with a stronger start as she heads down the back straightaway, collecting the lead early on. With less than 100 meters to go, she's got to go below a 25:39 to make that final as she rounds the second bend, coming down the straightaway, giving it everything she's got. Yes, she's on to the finals. Tiara Brandon Patrick, 25:19. That'll be good enough to advance. A tough break for our Carolina Trackhawks friend, but a great result for the Ohio State champion in Division I. She doubled in the 60 and the 200 there. Could she double for the national titles in the National Elite Division for the same events at Adidas? Just imagine if she's able to. Here's who she'll have to contend with. Serenity Harvey, Cameron Wilson, Amara Crabb, Dalen Jones, Zelaya Ramsey, Anaya Charlton, and Cadence Daniels. Those look to be your official top 8 qualifiers. In addition to what we just saw out of our 27th section by Tierra Brandon Patrick. We will return in a few moments. Quite a few moments, in fact. 17 minutes in between now and the next event. The boys' National Elite 200-meter dash preliminary runs will be the next event. Stick with us in the 757 on the shores of the Atlantic for Adidas Track Nationals, day 3 of 3.
later are Team Ontario in second, 16 feet 11 and a half inches, 5 meters 17. Caitlin Cathcart from Texas Pressure Track and Field, third best mark at 16 feet 7 and a half inches, 5 meters 7. For the freshman finals for the boys long jumps, it was Quincy Gilmer, your winner, setting a meet record of 21 feet 3 inches, 6 meters 48. Nasir Diggs from
advance by time. We have 36 heats. 36 heats for our National Elite Boys 200-meter dash. The top 8 times will move on to the final. The meet record, 21:51. In case you're interested. Heat number 1, lane 1 will be Jacob Negosian. Lane 4 will be Josiah Lockridge. Lane 5, Adam Whitaker.
Can you count to 36? We sure hope you can. If you can't, perhaps our 200-meter sprinters in the boys' National Elite Division can help you out. We've got 36 heats coming up next. The first includes 3 athletes, Jacob Gagosian in 2 from Jackson Reed, Josiah Lockridge in 4, and Adam Whitaker of Blue Lightning in lane number 5. We are underway.
Lane 2, Jacob Gagosian. 4, Josiah Lockridge, and 5, Adam Whitaker.
Top 8 in these next 36 sections will advance to the National Elite Finals later this afternoon. A great battle coming to the line. It'll be the unattached Lockridge moving ahead to take the first section with a winning time of 22:71. Good run by Josiah Lockridge.
Heat number 2 coming up. National Elite Boys 200-meter dash prelims. Lane 2. We'll see maybe
Having a look at where he comes from. Lloyd Memorial, class of 2025 from Erlanger, Kentucky. He took second in the 55 at his indoor state meet and also took second in the 200. He just set an indoor personal best. His first time ever below the 23-second barrier. Hey, you come to Adidas Nationals to get that done. And he has come to the exact right place to do just that. Section number 2 coming up next. We'll have Jaden Campbell of Jackson Reed on the inside in 1. Davian Hoyen of Kinston Spirits in 2. Dominic Gottardo of Ellington in 3. Lane number 5 and 4 are vacant, leaving Milo Willits of Gibbs Track Club in lane number 6. Milo from Corryton, Tennessee, out of Gibbs High School, took 11th at the Tennessee Indoor State Championships in 22:64. He's also a sub-50 400-meter runner, so he'll definitely have the strength to hold on for a fast time and potentially a heat win. He's going to want to be top 8 overall type of fast as he is leaving the interior staggers behind Milo Willits. Could he get an indoor personal best? Perhaps in the mid-22s. He's close. I think he just might have dipped under his 22:64 from the Tennessee State meet. Oh, yeah, 22:47 for Milo Willits. That'll be even faster than his outdoor best as well. He was at 22:51 coming in, and Milo Willits is getting ever closer to sub-22 in his senior year. Still with a full outdoor season left to chase that barrier down. What a run. Moving on to section number 3. Getting set up between lanes 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We've got Vance Pitts III from Jackson Reed. He'll be in 1. Lane 3, Rushawn Duncan from Team Ontario. Lane number 4, Alex Simmons of GVAA Track and Field. GVAA comes from Walkersville, Maryland. They'll be represented in this heat by Simmons. Danny Milburn running unattached. Repping the number 403 on his backside. He'll be in 5, and Timothy Evans of Riverdale Baptist is in lane number 6. Danny Milburn, a senior from United out of Hanoverton, Ohio. Took 3rd at the OAT CCC Division IV Indoor State Meet in this event with his indoor personal best of 22:42. Let's see if he can represent here. He's gotten a great start already, taking a couple of meters on the stagger out of Timothy Evans from Riverdale Baptist. I can hear the Team Ontario crowd, though, really trying to roar. Their athlete, Rushawn Duncan, in lane number 3 to the finish. He's going to be in a shot for 4th, but it is Danny Milburn who will cruise across, just about identical to where his personal best stood coming in. In fact, just 200ths off of it. Nearly hitting the tail on the donkey with Danny Milburn. Very nice run for the Ohioan. Danny Milburn will set the fastest combined time moving forward as heat number 5 gets ready to go. Correction, heat number 4, not quite at heat 5 yet. That's, of course, good news, as that means more 200s for you to enjoy. In this section, we'll have William Foster of Newman Athletic Academy in lane 1. Lane number 2, Landon Little of Metrolina Christian Academy in 2. Lane number 2, Landon Little of Metrolina Christian Academy in 2. Just like the Bronx Fire. Lorenzo Flores de Benedictis in 3 from Wallkill Valley. Lane number 4, Desan Jones of Train Fast Athletics. Lane 5, Kala'i Makanani from Boston Spa out of New York. He's running unattached today. Just like last night, repping his Sky's the Limit track gear. Was just outside of sub 50 in the 400. Set a school record of 50:13. Zaire Scurry of Steubenville also ran a great 400 yesterday. Look out for him in lane number 6. Time to go. Section number 4 of 36 in the boys 200. Makanani's gotten a very solid start, making up steady ground on Zaire Scurry, the sophomore from Steubenville, on his outside. The others have some work to do if they want to catch K-Mac, the football and track star, off the final turn. He's going to have a challenge from Scurry, who's a great finisher at the line. Lean. Makanani just did enough and runs another school record, 22:39, a new lifetime best for K-Mac. 22:40 as well for Zaire Scurry in second. Man, we are getting faster and faster, and the races are only getting tighter and tighter. Looking at heat number 5 up next. Cameron Scales running unattached in 1. Jordan Stevens running unattached in lane number 2. Lane number 3, Dominic Wyant, our third unattached athlete, in lane number 3. Chance Turner of North Mecklenburg will be in lane number 4. Our only other attached athlete will be Clive Headley from USA Jamaica. He is in lane number 5. And Desrick Hamons will be running unattached in lane number 6.
Clean start for Heat 5. Again, top time.
Section 5 is underway, and in full stride they go down the back straightaway. Jordan Stevens in lane number 2 making good work in the first 100 meters. Look at Stevens go. He is caught right up to Derek Hesmans on his outside. Desrick going to have to rally in the final 50, and he does, just barely on the near side. Desrick Hemans from New Jersey out of Plainfield High School. In his senior year, sets the 22.82 winning mark from heat number 5, winning by just .11 over Headley, and another 200ths back to Stevens in third. Again, Stevens did all the dirty work in that first half of the race. Nearly looked like he was going to catch Hemans on his outside, but Desrick held his form, and he wins.
Heat 6, it's Aiden Lacewell, Nehemiah Hughes, Matai Soul, Jr.
Even if not all of these athletes will ultimately factor and feature for the final, you just love to see them push each other to personal records, season bests, whatever they might be after. Even just exhilarating heat wins. What more can you ask for? Section 6 coming up next. We've got Aiden Lacewell from Newman Athletic Academy on the inside in 1. Nehemiah Humes of the Hive in lane 2. Lane 3, Matai Sewell of Full Speed Athletics. He is in lane number 3. Lane 4, Anane Boyd Jr. He's representing the Hampton Roads Hurricanes. Look out for him in the white strip in 4. Lane 5, Jaden Parsley of Elite Cadets. And lane 6, Truman Bears of Leander Spartans. Here we go once again in section number 6.
Heat 6 hitting the backstretch. That's Lacewell in 1, Hughes in 2, Sewell in 3, Boyd in 4, Parsley in 5, Bears in 6.
Coming up the turn, this is the man from Elite Cadets, Jaden Parsley. Just narrowly going to get it over the Leander Spartan Truman Bears. Parsley goes 22:31. That'll be another new fastest time. .32 for Bears, just 100th away from him. Yet another down-to-the-wire finish. Lane 6. Though you have the disadvantage of running blind, you still have that extra little bit of downgrade to work with when you're consumed by that lactic at the final 50. And that's how Bears, in part, was able to make it such a close finish. The other part, of course, being the fact that he is a fast sprinter, a national caliber sprinter competing at Adidas Indoor Nationals. I mean, it is hard to make it to this stage without having a great deal of sprint speed, irrelevant to the bank nature of the indoor track. And it's hard to have a good race without that either. Heat number 7 is coming up next. We are officially in the 12 o'clock hour. So the afternoon has sprung. Lanes 1 through 6 filled here. Johnny Sorto Ortez, Kyle Ennis, Jamari Carroll, Cameron Waters Gardner, Mason Mills, and Zavon Johnson. They get underway. Great starts by lanes 4 and 5. That's Cameron Waters Gardner and Mason Mills repping Unattached in Team War. As they come around the turn. Lane 5, Mason Mills with the separation at the end. 22:31 the top time. Of course, top 8 will advance to the finals. 22:60. He should be on the fringes right now, but still a good result, a good win to give himself that chance to begin with. Waters Gardner at 23:04 will likely be on the outside looking in. Mason Mills, though, having a look at what he's done. Nansemond River is where he calls home, out of nearby Suffolk, Virginia, just 30 minutes up the road. He just set an indoor personal best, breaking his 22.71 that he ran here earlier this season at the Virginia Beach High School Relays. And he was just a 10th away from his 22.50 outdoor personal best from the Dogwood Track Classic in Charlottesville. Section number 8. Coming up next, it'll be lanes 4 and 5 and 6. Christopher Achonu, Raymond Hudson Jr., and Eric Howard. How about Raymond Hudson Jr., the sophomore from the speed team? He has all but eliminated the stagger as he heads down the home straightaway. Coming to the line, Raymond Hudson. 22.40 for Hud. RHJ with a 22.40 to take the Section 8 win. Assessing that to his personal best. He just blew it out of the water. His fastest 200 on record, though we know he can go faster based on what we just saw, was a 25.74 from outdoors. And after sparingly racing this indoor season, he has done absolute damage here at Adidas Nationals. Of course, that's according to his high school profile. According to his speed team profile, his 200-meter PR was a 22.22. So that is still his overall personal best, but his indoor best, he has obliterated that. How about heat number 9? Trying to keep the scene set and straight for use. Section 9 includes lanes 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Xavion Chetty, Kai Taylor, Samuel Bradley, Eli Wood, and Nashawn Hall. They're going to stand them up. Looked like somebody had unsettled blocks. They're talking to lane number 3 there, that being Sam Bradley from CMIT. He has to fasten his blocks as they recall them down on their marks to the start, set, and then the gun. You have to be as still as a statue in anticipation of that gun. Can't flinch, can't move early. Kai Taylor of Apex, a name that I recognize. He ran in the mixed relay on opening night and the 400 yesterday. Let's see what he's got left in the 200 here on day 3. Look out for Kai in lane 2. Take 2 of heat 9 in the National Elite Boys 200-meter preliminaries. Got to go top 8 overall. Eli Wood of the Prout School trying to make up ground on Nashawn Hall of Team Ontario, whose crowd is roaring him around this Adidas track here at the Virginia Beach Sports Center. He'll have the narrow lead coming off at the turn, accelerating to the line. Nashawn Hall just might have held on. Wood and Bradley were charging hard, and Nashawn Hall wins in 22.88. What a surge at the end by Eli Wood to get within 200ths, but just ran out of room at the end. Once again, we're in the double digits of our 200-meter series. Heat number 10 is next on the track.
Lane 3, Aaron Wang. In lane 4, Kendrick Hicks. Lane 6, Caleb McKenna.
Time to meet heat number 10 as they get in their starting positions. It'll be Elijah Clark, Nathan Bavell, Alan Wang, Kendrick Hicks, and Caleb McKenna in lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. They get underway. A good start by Kendrick Hicks of Leander Spartans. Caleb McKenna running unattached. Has a lane in between. But he's in lane 6, still looking strong as they come around the second bend. Look out for Alan Wang, the unattached athlete, in lane 3 as well. He is lurking. He's in third off the turn. It's a neck-and-neck battle to the line between Leander Spartans, Kendrick Hicks, and the unattached Caleb McKenna. They're going to give it to Hicks by 100th. Kendrick in 22.68. Caleb McKenna in 22.69. Kendrick Hicks, the senior repping the Leander Spartans, just set a huge indoor personal best. Went even faster than his outdoor club best as well. Liberty Hill High School is where he calls home. A 48.73 400-meter runner, bringing a whole lot of experience. Setting a 200-meter PR ain't a bad way to add to that experience. As we move on to heat number 11 of 36. Section number 11 has all 6 lanes filled. Gideon Jones, Josh Hamilton, Gavin Smith, Jeremiah Singleton, Nathan Danberg, and Isaiah Davis. They're underway smoothly. Making up the ground, Nathan Danberg of Freedom South Riding. Look at him in the white kit. Lane number 5 once again. Powerful, rapid turnover. This is how you get it done in the 200 meters. Nathan Danberg leaving it up to 0 chance. How fast did he go? 21.87. By far the new fastest time for Nathan Danberg. That would have been competitive enough to qualify for the championship final. And Nathan Danberg has put the target on his back for the national elite grouping as well. He's still a junior, and he just stormed to a new 200-meter personal best. What a run. If we look at the Virginia State rankings for curiosity purposes, that nearly took the lead in the state. Number 2, tied with Andrew Salvadon for Virginia, number 2 in the boys 200. Salvadon, of course, won the 400-meter national title here last night and holds the 500-meter national record at 60.49. What more can you say about Drew DeReaper? That's who our Heat 11 winner Nathan Danberg just tied in the Virginia State rankings. Awesome stuff. As we continue to heat number 12. It'll be lanes 2, 3, and 6. Noel Wilson, Amos Kare, and Daniel Walling. Daniel Walling, the unattached athlete out of West Virginia, looking to beat his outdoor personal best potentially of 22.54. He'll accelerate off the downgrade. Will he get the win? Quare was close. Amos Kare was right there at the end. But Daniel Walling will get it done, 23.51. With no immediate interior pressure. Didn't feel it until that home straightaway, but responded very nicely to Kare's challenge. All three guys within 3/10 in our third heat. By third, of course, I mean a third of the way through, as 12 times 3 is 36. So we are 33.3% done with the boys' 200-meter National Elite Prelims. We're going to continue on
Lane 3, Zachary Edmondson Day.
over the next 45 minutes and change. We'll have the national anthem and opening ceremonies to come then before returning for the 60-meter hurdles and dash finals on the infield.
Green 13 heading down the backstretch. Galen 2, Edmondson Day 3, Pazell 4, Luxon 6,